Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. We back at it again. I think it's Thursday. Hit the like button, hit the share button. HBU special. Hook a brother up. Early in the morning, I got to get my tea. I want to pray real quick. While there's nobody in the building, it's just me. I want to say a prayer. So it's a lot of blessings, man. You know, perspective is, I call one of my shows The Perfect Perspective. And perspective is not only key, perspective is king. Because it depends on how you look at something about how you behave. We've talked about, in the past, I've talked about how one develops a negative reaction and creates negative events in their life. There may be a traumatic event that befalls you, right? Divorce, death, breakup. And you may equate that traumatic negative event with a negative reaction. It doesn't exactly equate, right? Because what happens first, away from the fact that a negative event happens and storms will come to everyone. Good morning, good morning. The negative event did happen, but perception and interpretation dictates and rules the day, right? I once believed that a negative event happened, so it was justified for me to react negatively. I thought that was mathematics. I didn't actually understand the mathematics of behavior, emotion, and outcome, and being the king and the God and the master of my own life. So negativity or a negative event may befall you, right? Death, debacle, divorce, calamity. So the negative event happens, and there's something that happens before your negative reaction, your negative behavior. The thought happens, the logical thought process. And we talk a lot about not only men, but people being over emotional, right? And what happens, the reason why we focus so much on being over emotional, not that emotion is wrong, right? But knowing how to process emotion properly, right? That's going to come up a lot today in our discussion with Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. So pay attention. Not that emotion is bad, correct? But knowing how to properly process that emotion and who is the person controlling that emotion, because that emotion may have bearing on your behavior, right? So if someone else is playing your heartstrings, playing with your emotions, then they're in fact dictating your behavior, right? So let's go back to the beginning of the mathematics, right? Negative event. What typically, what I would, let's say it like this. What I would do is a negative event, I would have a negative reaction. Damn, I stubbed my toe. Damn, I got a flat tire. You know, negative event. But then I in my perfect journey, in the perfect perspective, I found new understanding, new mathematics, right? And it was funny because the package that it came in wasn't exactly the package that I thought it would come in. I had this talk last night with Misunderstood. You knew, good morning, you knew. First in the building. I had this talk last night with Misunderstood. And I was telling her about how some people are affront to her message simply because of the package. I get that a lot, being a black man, being a large black man, having a wife that's a different race. We in a multicultural relationship. Everybody doesn't like the package. And a lot of times I get critiqued because people are like, I wish you would say it this way. I wish you would do it that way, because people have a problem with the package. So it prohibits them from receiving the message. Is that the message fault? No. It's that person's perception interpretation, right? They're perceiving the package to be something that they don't like, so they can't receive the message. It's all about their perception and interpretation, right? So a negative event happens, right? And there's something that happens before your negative reaction. You stub your toe, you say, damn. You get a flat tire, you start saying cussing words, right? What really happens once the divorce happens, once the breakup happens, there's a thought that occurs. You actually think first. You say to yourself in your mind, oh my God, she left. And you associate that with a negative thing. That in turn results in a negative behavior or depression, sadness, violence. What the mathematics of the therapist taught me is, oh, perfect, she left. That does not equate to negativity, depression, and violence. She left. Let's look at it holistically. What are the ups and downs? And let's find the silver lining in this event. Because, yes, perfect. I'm not taking away from you that you're interpreting this event as negative. But from the outside looking in, as your therapist, to me, it's simply an event. You are associating whether or not it's negative or a positive event via your thought process. It's only an event, and things will happen every day. You're in therapy to learn how to mitigate and manage these things. Someone throws a bottle, someone calls you a monster, someone says your mother, talks about your mother, right? It's your association on that event and how you will react. And he said to me, perfect, simply because something happens, you do not have to associate it with negativity. Thus, it doesn't have to be a negative event. Thus, you don't have to have a negative reaction. Someone says something negative about you, you can look at it holistically. You can react to the negativity, or you can say, well, why is this person who I don't know so concerned about me? Find the silver lining. Find the silver lining. And it was like a breakthrough for me. It was like a real breakthrough for me. Because I had believed that if I have a negative event in my life, it's justified for me to be negative, right? Something negative happened to me. It's like violence begets violence, right? That's what they tell us. Violence begets violence. Well, that's not actually true. Martin Luther King taught us about turning the other cheek. And I know a lot of people, when I would hear that, a lot of people hear turn the other cheek. How do you do that when someone has been so egregious towards you? And this is the whole thing about turning the other cheek and the message today before we get started. I always talk about people being reactionary and proactive. Turning the other cheek was moving individuals from being emotional to being logical. It is an emotional reaction when you say violence begets violence. But what Martin Luther King taught us is that it's not true. If someone is violent to you, you do not have to be violent to them in kind. You do not have to respond with violence in order to be successful and beat that person. No one had understood this. Martin Luther King had studied this. We had been taught that violence begets violence. If you hit me, I'm going to hit you back. If you cuss at me, I'm going to cuss at you back. But Martin Luther King said, is that logical in your goal and outcome? Do you want to be successful? What is your outcome? If someone hits you, is the only goal to hit them back? Or do you never want them to hit you again? Do you want them to respect you, follow you? What is the goal? See, this takes thought. This takes logic because we have been an emotional, reactionary people. Men in this space are very emotional and reactionary people. If I say to someone, violence begets violence, a black man, and I say, simply because a black man hits you, you don't have to hit him back. Most black men will say, you a punk. and somebody hit me, I'm gonna hit them back. Chris Rock is a punk because he didn't hit Will Smith back. But what did Chris Rock do? Chris Rock had a thought. He initially, if you look at the video, Chris Rock, if you look at the video, Chris Rock clenched his fist and then he stopped. He thought about what had taken place. He thought about his career. He used logic. In that moment, he saw someone who had been hyper emotional and how that led them to make a mistake that they may not never be able to come back from. Chris Rock said, I'm going to use logic. I'm not going to respond emotionally. Violence does not beget violence because my goal is not to hit Will Smith back. I don't benefit by hitting Will Smith back. So Chris Rock thought about what had taken place. And just like Martin Luther King, he did not respond with violence. He made a joke. He said, this is the greatest night on television. His ticket sales went from $40 to $400. Who won? If Chris Rock would have responded in violence, would he have won? Chris Rock did not allow that event to be a negative event in his life. For everybody on the outside looking in, hey, that was a negative event. That was a bad night. Not for Chris Rock. His name is trending. He's making more money. His perception is king. His perception is key. It's no one else's perception. It's how he perceives that event. And that is how that event will affect his life. He is the master of his emotions. He is the master of what his life will be. Will Smith will not dictate my life. The paparazzi and the tabloids, no, I am in control of my emotions. I employ logic. I might get slapped tomorrow. If I react emotionally and get violent, I could end up in prison. The mathematics for this morning, as we go into Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, as you hear the testimony, a lot of times in life, we deal with these negative events or what we characterize as negative events. A woman may call you a bitch. She may call you, a man may call you, and we say, oh, that's a negative thing. We react negatively. Or you can look at the situation holistically and you can say to yourself, you know what? I perceive that you did not truly love me. I'm not offended by your negative words. I interpret them for what they are. I see the silver lining. Thank you for telling me and being honest and upfront. Now I can make a decision that's best for me. I don't need to respond by using profanity towards you. I don't need to respond by being violent. I can look at the situation holistically, be selfish, and take the silver lining. You wanted your words to affect me negatively. They have not affected me negatively, but they have been truly insightful. I now know how you truly feel about me. And the silver lining is most people won't be honest about how they really feel about you. So if you can look at that word and you can see the silver lining, oh, you just told me how you really feel about me. I'm not even upset. Thank you. Y'all understand the logic? You call me a bitch. I'm not going to call you a bitch back. I understand the logic. Now you have told me how you truly feel about me. Now I'm going to use this as a silver lining and apply that in my life. Thank you so much. Because most time people will never be honest about how they really feel, but we won't listen. We associate everything with emotion instead of being logical and seeing the silver lining. Oh, she cheated on me. Well, you know what? I didn't really want to be in a relationship anymore. Thank you for doing what you did. This allows me to be free. and focus on my business and my growth. Oh, you don't want to be in business with me. You stealing money. You know what? I really didn't want to be in this endeavor anyway. You keep that money, you keep the business. I'm going to focus on my wife and my children. Everything does not have to be negative. It's simply an event. It's how you associate this event that will dictate the bearing it will have on your life. Johnny Depp, Amber Heard, these are individuals with broken personalities that did not know how to process emotions and events. Simply because someone does something to you, it does not have to be negative. See, a lot of people like to play games. And a smart woman said, you got to play games back. What you understand is that, okay, you've called me out of my name. You've tried to physically assault me in an effort to get a response. You want me to respond in kind. You want me to be profane. You want me to be violent. Who wins if I say, I'm not going to be profane. I decide whether or not when I will be violent. You calling me a bitch will not ignite me to violence or anger. I dictate that on my terms. You understand the king shit now? You understand being the king and the god of your emotions, a king and the god of your personality. No one can make me angry. No one can incite me to violence. What happened with Will Smith will not happen with the true king. A king will be reserved. You will not know when I will respond or if I will respond. You will remain in fear and wonder how the king interprets that behavior so that I will have the element of surprise. No one should know what you're thinking. No one should know what and how you will respond. I do not respond in kind simply because you said something that I am in control. I am proactive in my strike. This is a king. This is the mathematics. I just wanted to come in and say a prayer this morning and say, as I got up this morning, I was like, who prays for the one who prays for all? I said, who prays for the one who prays for all? So you know what I said? I started praying for myself because I was going to say I need some prayers, but that's not perfect timing. Perfect timing is if I feel like I need something, God gave me the hands, the gifts, the mind, the mouth to provide it for myself. So when I said this morning, I need someone to pray for me, you know what I did? I prayed for me. Shout out Tracy, you knew. So I want to say a prayer real quick. I'm going to pray for me. I pray for everybody in the chat every morning. I pray a covering. But this morning, before we start, I want to say a prayer for me. I want to pray for me. This whole perfect timing thing was a association in a relationship. I was overweight. I was almost 500 pounds. When I was almost 500 pounds, this whole journey of self and having a healthy relationship with self and falling in love with myself, it was about my addiction of food and sex and obesity and needing this external gratification. Me creating perfect timing is saying, I'm not waiting for someone else to love me. I'm not waiting for someone else to gratify me. And this morning when I woke up and I wanted prayer, it made me come back to perfect timing. And I said to myself, I'm not waiting for nobody to pray for me. I'm not going to ask nobody to pray for me. I'm not going to ask nobody to love me. I got on my knees and I said a prayer and I prayed and it felt so good. It was like I forgot. I didn't know I could pray for me. It's like I thought it was being selfish. I talk about selfish. It's Selfish Thursday. So I was like, I'm going to pray for me. Who I know how to pray. Who else? I know me. Who else could say a prayer for me better than me? And it was so powerful. So, God, I want to come before you today with my head bowed, eyes closed, humbly, and say thank you once again, Father God. And I want to say, Father, today I come to you and first I want to say thank you. I know I'm in need this morning, but I don't want to put my needs before my blessings. And a lot of times when we be in need, we come to you and we so needy and we just dump out all of our needs and wants and desires without first showing reverence and thanks for everything that I've been blessed with. So I want to say thank you. And I revere the blessings in this platform and my abilities. And I feel truly blessed to have an opportunity once again to resurrect myself and reconvene with this relationship with self and be better, made better. I ask for forgiveness for my sins so that I can be better and not make the same mistake twice. I pray a covering over those who are watching and listening, a safe passage for those who may be driving while listening. May the message be a blessing unto those who hear it. Thank you for divinely inspiring in my words. This morning, Father God, I woke up and I was like, I wanted someone to pray for me. And through your teachings and enlightenment, I realized that the person that I needed to pray for me was right here. I said a prayer and it made me feel better. And I want to say thank you for that ability and that insight and that knowledge and that mathematics, that relationship with self. This morning, Father God, I ask that you fill me with strength, cover me with your strength and confidence and resilience and fortitude, and continue to guide me, Father God, and be my direction and compass. Accompany me on this journey, be the footprints in the sand to guide me and lead me on a narrow path. Thank you for this information in this relationship at all times and at all levels. You truly have been a blessing unto my life and those who listen and follow me. Thank you in so many ways, Father God. I ask all these blessings in your name. Amen, amen, amen. So we're going to get into that was just that was my prayer for the morning. That was a prayer to myself.
Good morning. Yeah. Good morning. The same old jerks going to work. Garbage men pick up dirt. The birds don't chirp. There's this nice lady I know. She always speak with her 2 children. Headed to the school building. They rush home again to lit housing. And they putting up the new ceilings. Cause her shits is leaking. Water keep dripping down so she keep beefing. Husband keep cheating, he been out all evening. Good morning. Police shifts, the whole hood is on it. So they drive around all day with bench warrants. Eating donuts and sipping on coffee. Oops, Sutton stops and spills on a walkie-talkie. Damn, this nigga is a creep. Whispers of police at the wino in the middle of the street. With missing front teeth, twisted blunts deep in the cut. It's my nigga, so I holler, what up, niggas, good morning.
Cause I'm still here. Didn't get a wake-up call from out there. So I'ma head back to the street for a lesson. And only live by God's blessing. Good morning, cause I'm still here. Didn't get a wake-up call from out there. So I'ma head back to the street for a lesson. And only live by God's blessing.
Good morning, yawning, dawn is now gawning. New day, toothpaste, brushing my screw face. Follow the light, it's such a great feeling. And I love life, every minute's pure healing. Can't you tell I'm much happier nowadays? No more child play, living life the foul way. My man just came home speeding, trying to catch up with 9 years of no freedom. Papers say they finally caught him. He back in, I guess street life got too boring. Kinda quiet, half the hood is still asleep. If you saw the night before, you won't believe it's the same street. Put on my Land's End, leave the Phantom, take the low whip for a trip up to Pans. Scrambled egg whites and turkey bacon. Ma passed the hot sauce from out your apron. Good morning.
Cause I'm still here. Didn't get a wake-up call from out there. So I'ma head back to the street for a lesson. And only live by God's blessing. Good morning, cause I'm still here. Didn't get a wake-up call from out there. So I'ma head back to the street for a lesson. And only live by God's blessing. Good morning. Yeah. Well. Yeah.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. That's a nice vibe, man. That's a nice vibe, man. I like that. I like that a lot, man. You know, I had to find a vibe to get it right, man. I know it's short, man. I know it's short, man. I do want to run it back, man. I know it's short, but I want to get on. I want to get on to the content, man. That's fire. That's Nas, man. I don't even know. Good morning, Tracy. Y'all. Good morning, y'all. I don't even know how many people actually really heard that song before. That was a mixtape. That was a mixtape favorite right there. So you got to be a mixtape Nas head to know that song. That song is not on any Nas albums, right? So shout out to Nas, Godson, you know what I mean? So we back, day 7. Johnny Depp is under cross-examination. Please, everybody, parental advisory, because it's going to be some testimony this morning that's going to be pretty powerful and jarring. So it's going to be a pretty involved morning. We're going to talk about it. Be in the chat. Be lively. You know, HBU special, hook a brother up. Hit the like, share, subscribe. She just put it in the comment section. Hit the like, share, subscribe. 5.0, 5.0, 5.0. Good morning. You know what I'm saying? We live simulcasting on 3 channels. StreamYard, salute StreamYard. We on Facebook, Patrick Potter. We on the backup channel, Perfect Timing Podcast Live. And we on this channel right now, Perfect Timing Podcast. I need you to share the show in your Facebook groups. I'm going to do the same thing. Let's get into Johnny Depp under cross. So Amber Heard's attorneys are going to be questioning Johnny Depp, and we're going to talk about it. Let's see what they got for us this morning. Good morning, everybody.
Michelle, could you please blow up the first text at the top? In this text, Mr. Depp, you text Mr. Bettany, let's burn Amber, 3 exclamation points, right? You see that?
I do see that.
And at this time, June 11th, 2013, Amber is your girlfriend or perhaps even your fiance at this point, correct?
Girlfriend,
yeah,
for sure.
And you didn't stop when you said, let's burn Amber. Because the next text down, you can move down and blow up the next text, please, Michelle. You say, let's drown her before we burn her, 3 exclamation points. Did I read that right?
Yes, it's referring to the
and
text prior to.
You didn't stop when you said, let's drown her before we burn her. After that, you made another comment. And I'd like to apologize to the court and to the jury for some of the language that I'm going to have to use today. But unfortunately, you're going to see a lot of documents with language like this. After you said, let's drown her before we burn her, Mr. Depp, you said, I will fuck her burnt corpse afterwards to make sure she is dead. That's what you said that you would do after you burned her and after you drowned her. Did I read that right?
You certainly did, yes.
And you wrote that about the woman who would later become your wife.
Yes, I did.
Okay. Can you pull up Exhibit 245, please? Your Honor, there's been no objection to this exhibit, and so I'd move for its admission and ask for permission to publish to the jury.
Give them a moment.
Your Honor, we have no objection to the portions that have Mr. Depp's text messages, but at the bottom portion, there is some from his daughter that we would ask be redacted.
The last 2.
And Your Honor, that's okay, but there was no objection to this
I
on the
understand, but
exhibit list.
they don't appear to be relevant, which.
That's fine. We're happy to redact those.
So 245 in evidence with the redactions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Mr. Depp, the top text message, we're going to focus on a couple of these, but the top text message is a text from you to Paul Bettany on May 30th, 2014, correct? Might need to scroll over, Michelle.
May 30th, 2014, yes.
And you recall that you testified yesterday about the flight that you took from Boston to Los Angeles on May 24th, 2014, right?
Yes.
Remember that? Okay.
Yes, I did.
And you testified yesterday that you didn't have any drinks before that flight, or maybe you had a glass of champagne or something. Remember giving that testimony?
Yes, I believe I said I had a glass of champagne on the plane.
Right. So in this text, if you could blow up, Michelle, please, that top text. On May 30th, 2014, you texted Mr. Bettany, just a little bit smaller. You texted Mr. Bettany, "I'm going to properly stop the booze thing, darling. Drank all night before I picked Amber up to fly to LA this past Sunday. Ugly, mate. No food for days. Powders. Half a bottle of whiskey. 1,000 Red Bull and vodkas. Pills. 2 bottles of champers on plane. And what do you get? An angry aggro engine in a fucking blackout, screaming obscenities and insulting any fuck who got near. I'm done. I'm admittedly too fucked in the head to spray my rage at the one I love." Read that again. "I'm admittedly too fucked in the head to spray my rage at the one I love. For little reason as well. I'm too old to be that guy, but pills are fine." Did I read that right?
Yes, you did.
And when you said pills are fine, this was when you were just starting treatment with Dr. Kipper to try to get off of the pills that you testified about yesterday, right?
This is when I was still on the roxycodone. It was before the detox on the island, yes.
Right. And you testified that when you were in Boston filming Black Mass, which you flew from Boston to LA, that you had just retained Dr. Kipper to help you try to combat that pill problem, right?
Yes.
Could you go 2 texts down, please, Michelle? And this is a text that you sent on June 8th, 2014. Just scroll over to Patty Smith. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And in this text, I won't read all of it, but you say this, I'm going to just read the first paragraph. "My darling Patty Lee, I miss you and worship you, and there is nothing wrong between us. Never, ever could that happen. I've just been so beyond busy with film here in Boston and then back to LA for kiddies. When I was in NYC, they were brief visits and fucked and charged by horrific fights with Amber. I fucked up and drank and got shitty. Was so disappointed in myself. Actually, almost walked to your place at about 3:30 a.m. the last time I was there, unable to stop pee tears." Did I read that right?
You did.
Michelle, can you please take that down and let's pull up Exhibit 325, please. Mr. Depp, is this a text message exchange that you had with Miss Heard on December 18th, 2014?
I see that.
Your Honor, I would move for admission of this exhibit and ask for permission to publish.
All right, any objection?
May I have a look at the,
Of course.
You can look at the
Your
bottom.
Honor, may we approach real quick?
Okay, sure.
So we're gonna have a lot of breaks like this, man. We're gonna have a few breaks like this in the morning today. They're gonna be doing a lot of these breaks as I was doing a review. So a couple of things I was wondering, like,
And Mr. Depp's counsel and Mr. Depp.
when we coming back, they're going over a lot of text messages. Where did they get the text messages from, and how did they get the text messages? That's what I'm wondering, right? Can this happen to all of us, right? It's not a criminal case, it's a defamation case. But they had text messages from the doctor, they had text messages from the best friend. What subpoena allowed them to get these text messages?
To the unredacted version.
Okay, so this version that
Okay.
I'm seeing right now, correct? Just make sure.
Yes.
Okay, all right, 325 in evidence. Hold on.
Excuse me, sorry, I just want to make clear, we haven't seen the other pages, but this page we have
Oh,
no
this
objection to.
is the only page,
I believe this is the only page to the document, Your Honor, right?
325 is only one page?
Just one page.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
No redaction. Other than identifiers, but yes, you can do this one. Go ahead.
And Michelle, if you can blow up the large text at the top of the page.
What context does this have if they still got married? They still got married.
Mr. Depp, on December 18th, 2014, you sent this text to Ms. Heard. And I'm going to read it. And it says, "It's away. I've let it go. Went too far. We/I tend to do that. I always regret it when I jump, or worse, when you jump. I don't want to be conditioned to continue that behavior. Therefore, I'll put in heavy work with Shrank. I'm sorry for being less, for your disappointment in me, for my behavior. I'm a fucking savage. Gotta lose that. Gonna lose that. The devil is all around, right? I wish I were able to bring even just a glimmer of a smile to the pretty face of my most gorgeous of dreams and darkest nightmares. I love you far too much for you and I to be these heinous, slinging insults like we do/did. It is not anything that I am particularly proud of to have participated in, and I regret giving it life because, motherfucker, how when we fight, little girl, how do we end up on the very edge of the precipice? And why? Wish I knew. Goddamn. And know that you are right. I am well aware that I should have been bigger than the moment, and that it will never again manifest in negative experiences. It can be done. What a killer concept to visualize. Wish you were in this lunatic's proximity. Be careful out there. I adore you." Did I read that right?
You did.
You can take that down, Michelle. If you could please pull up Exhibit 153.
Where and how did they get these text messages? Did Amber Heard submit the text? Man, this is so much to unpack here. Man, the text, I don't be
Your Honor, we have a redacted version of this. but
I
we'll
don't
put
be
up the full
texting,
redacted.
man. No text messages, no evidence,
right now.
man.
All right, just give counsel a moment to review.
Of course.
Your Honor, this has phone numbers in it, so.
I know.
it should be
Yeah, I know.
public.
We-
Understood.
Just so you can see it first. Okay, can I have the photo? You don't take pictures of what's on your screens. Okay, just making sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mhm.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to turn your attention to the top 3 text messages on this page. These are text messages that you sent on January 17th, 2013. See that?
I'm sorry, I'm just reading the page.
Right. And the way these text messages are produced, sometimes there's big date skips and they're kind of jumbled in. So They're not all on the same chain.
No,
So
of course,
what I'm asking you about is just the top three.
certainly.
And those are texts that you wrote on January 17th, 2013, correct?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, permission to publish just those top three texts with identifiers and the others redacted, and move for admission of that redacted exhibit.
As long as it's not this version, that's fine. The
We'll
version
we'll put up on the screen what I propose to admit as an
Let me
exhibit.
see what you're gonna put up on the
Okay.
screen first.
we have no objection to this version, Your Honor.
All right, we'll put it as redacted. Okay.
Michelle, can you blow up the text boxes, please? On January 17th, 2013, Mr. Depp, you texted the following: "For the idiot cow," 3 exclamation points. Next text: "Will do. I'll smack the ugly cunt around before I let her in. Don't worry." And apologies again to the court and the jury for this language. And then you close by saying, "Did that worthless hooker arrive?" Did I read that right?
You did, sir.
You can take that down, please. We talked a little bit about the term monster yesterday, correct?
Yes, I've heard that word quite a lot. Yes.
Yeah, and you testified yesterday that you used that term to placate Amber, right? And I believe that you testified that it was the word that she clung to describe what was in her mind, not yours. I wrote down what you said. Do you remember giving that testimony?
The monster, more than anything, was Ms. Heard's way of referencing whether she perceived that I was on substances or taking substances. So the word monster it represented for her the consumption of alcohol or any other substances, whether it was actually happening or not, her perception. And so monster became her click word,
Right.
if you will.
But actually the term monster to describe yourself came from you.
Well, initially, Ms. Heard, I believe she started out with demons. She started out with, saying that I have demons. And then when monster was put into a conversation, which again, I have a particular way of using words, vocabulary in my vernacular. So monster was something that which she stuck with, tried and true. I mean, she just stayed with that.
Right,
you'd have to
it
accept
came from you. The term
unless
came
you
from
wanted
you.
to argue.
The term came from you, didn't it?
It's very probable. It's possible. It's probable that I might have used that word. Certainly.
Right, and in 2012, in fact, Elton John was one of your friends who was trying to help you get sober, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you sent him a message in 2012 where you thanked him for his help, and you said, quote, "I would have been swallowed up by the monster were it not for you. That is a simple fact." Isn't
Yes.
that true?
Yes. Again, the monster referring to alcohol and substances.
Correct. And you didn't send that message to Miss Heard. You sent that to Elton John. "I would have been swallowed up by the monster were it not for you." correct?
Elton
Can you pull up exhibit
was
408, please?
was a dear friend who has been sober for 40 years, 30 years. So he was. We'd had discussions, and he wanted me to get clean, sober. So Elton actually sent a fellow called Charlie Dunnett, who worked with Elton for years and years. And has
Mr.
helped
Depp, I
Elton.
appreciate that. My only question was just to confirm that you had sent that message to Elton John, nothing else. Thank you.
So I'll just stop talking.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I want to be
Certainly,
respectful of the
not a
court's
problem,
time and
Mr.
the
Roddenborn.
jury's time.
Sorry?
I just said I want to be respectful of the court's time and the jury's time, and I trust that you do too. So,
Well, I don't feel that I'm wasting anyone's time, sir.
could you pull up exhibit 408, please? Mr. Depp, I'd like to turn your attention to the bottom text on this page. And can you confirm that this is a text message that you sent on April 9th, 2015, while you were married to Amber, to your sister? Do you see that?
The last
The last text on the one on the bottom.
Yes, I see that. Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for admission of 408 with all the identifiers redacted and everything except the last text redacted.
Just the last
Yes, Your Honor.
one text.
We object, Your Honor. If we could approach it just very quickly.
What's up, Miss V? How you doing in the building? Good morning, gang, gang, gang. Perfect time to podcast in the building. We watching this defamation trial. Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard, abusive Amber. Check out the playlist. We got 4 or 5 videos. We blowing up multiple hundreds of videos, hundreds of views. Johnny Depp was being abused, but today we got text messages. I don't know where the text messages came from, who gave up the text messages. I want to know where the text messages come from. Am I subject to this? Is this legal precedent? Can my text messages be brought in if I sue a motherfucker for calling me out my motherfucking name? Look, his drug use, his medical use, like HIPAA violations. Nothing has been sacred. Nothing has been sacred.
Sis in those texts, is that your sister, or it could be Amber's sister too, right? One or the other.
Sis, I was referring to Whitney.
Whitney.
Heard,
Okay,
yes.
so Amber's sister. Okay.
Yes, Amber's
Okay.
sister.
Do you think the text messages have relevancy, you guys? Do you think he is able to successfully connect behaviors from 10 years apart to this 1-year marriage? They were only together for months, 1 year. They are going through extensive lengths to establish someone as a person that he wasn't.
No objection?
Yes.
Okay. All right, 408 with redactions as it.
Mr. Depp, on April 9th, 2015,
Yes.
while you were married to Miss Heard, you texted someone named Sis, which may be her sister, you testified.
Yes.
You said, I'm all right. Though I never, ever want to lay eyes on that filthy whore, Amber A. Most embarrassing. Did I read that right?
Yes, you did.
And when you called Amber that filthy whore, she was your wife at the time, correct?
Yes, sir.
Let's pull up Exhibit 427, unredacted, please. Mr. Depp, I'd like to direct your attention
Okay.
is there another, let's see. I'd like to direct your attention to the fourth text up from the bottom,
4 from the
chat number 1616.
Hmm.
You see that?
Yes, I do.
And that's a text message exchange between you and Jerry Judge on April 26th, 2015, just a couple of weeks after you referred to Amber as a filthy whore. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Your Honor, permission to and move for admission of this exhibit with the two text exchanges in that chat between him and Jerry Judge.
All right, well, why don't you show me what it would look like redacted?
Okay.
Can we do that?
Okay, sure. It's just
Before we
those two,
publish it.
Michelle?
He's having trouble with sound. The sound. All right. Any objection to 427
No objection,
with
Your Honor.
redactions? Okay, 427 with redactions.
Thank you, Your Honor. If you can just blow the text up, Michelle, of both of those. Mr. Depp, on April 26th, 2015, Jerry Judge is your former security guy who passed away a couple years ago, right?
That's correct.
He writes you and says, "Hi, boss. Just wanted to say if you and Amber need anything, just let me know. I will be there in 20 minutes. Johnny, it is lovely to see how you and Amber are so happy. The other day, watching the two of you sitting on the bench by the sea was fantastic. The two of you need happiness, and it is really great to see that. Love to you and Amber. XOXO, Jerry." Did I read that right?
You did.
And beneath that, you texted him back and you said, "Thank you, my dear Jerry. Very, very kind, mate. We've been perfect. All I had to do was send the monster away and lock him up. We've been happier than ever." All caps. Love you, brother. JD. Did I read that right?
You did, sir.
Michelle, could you please pull up Exhibit 445, defendants? And in the text that we just saw, when you used the word monster, that Miss Heard wasn't on that text message, was she?
No, that was between Jerry and myself.
Thank you. Mr. Depp, I'd like to direct your attention in this message to the second text down, which is a text from you to Dr. Kipper, Dr. David Kipper, on June 28th, 2015.
Okay.
Is that right?
Yes, 26, 28, 215, yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of a redacted exhibit with simply that text. We're happy to redact the rest of it.
Is that text 139 or 137?
137, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
137.
No objection with
All
the
right,
proper
if we
redactions.
Get those redactions before we publish, or did you want to publish this?
We'll make the redactions right now and then
Okay.
Publish that.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, 440. 445 as redacted.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, in evidence.
Thank you. And you sent this text on June 28th, 2015, and it said, you can blow up the text, Michelle, please. Thank you, my darling Kipper. All those technical abbreviations left me flummoxed and in the dark. Soon, soon, I must see you and just hang out. My deformed finger and I have no friends. By the way, Amber and I have been absolutely perfect for 3 fucking months solid. I've locked my monster child away in a cage deep within, and it has fucking worked. We're goddamn best friends now. Amazing. Big love to you, my brother, JD. Did I read that right?
Yes, you did.
And Amber wasn't on that text when you told Dr. Kipper that you'd locked your monster child away in a cage deep within, was she?
No.
Can we pull up Exhibit 435, please, unredacted? It's just the bottom text that I'm going to direct your attention to, Mr. Depp. This is a text that you sent to Stephen Deuters on May 14th, 2015, right?
The last one,
Yep.
May 14th.
And Stephen Deuters is your personal assistant, or was your personal assistant at the time you were with Ms. Hurd, right?
Yes, he's not my partner.
Now he's the president of the European branch of Infinitum Nihil, right?
IN2, yes, sir.
Move for admission of a redacted version of this document with just the bottom text, Your Honor.
No objection.
All right, if you could just redact it just to the bottom text.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, 435 in evidence as redacted.
And on May 14th, 2015, you blow up that text, Michelle, please. You texted Mr. Deuters, need to discuss the news helicopters hovering outside the house this morning. I'm ready to shoot a motherfucker. But don't worry, the monster is not involved. Correct?
I see that, yes.
And Ms. Hurd wasn't on that text, was she?
No.
Pull up Exhibit 196, please. This is on page 2, please. Are we on page 2? Yeah. So it's, Mr. Depp, I'd like to direct your attention to line 24. You can see in that left-hand column there. And this is a text message from you to Stephen Deuters, your personal assistant at the time, on October 31st, 2013, correct?
Yes, sir.
Permission to publish or move for admission, Your Honor, of just this page of the exhibit with just that text.
With the phone numbers redacted, we have no
Okay.
objection.
course.
You could do those redactions, so just be page 2 of Exhibit 196.
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you ever going to enter any other pages of this exhibit into evidence?
I'd like to reserve the right to.
Then we'll call
To
this
do that.
196A.
Okay, thank you.
Just makes it easier for the record.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
All right, 196A in evidence as redacted.
And in this text message from you to Mr. Deuters on October 31st, 2013, you write, "Thanks. She thinks that my Peruvian period has made me a monster and that I am ruining the relationship." You see that?
Yes, I do, sir.
The Peruvian period is a reference to cocaine, is it not?
Yes, it is.
I'm sorry, you said yes, it is?
Yes, it is, yeah.
Let's go to Exhibit 293, please. Mr. Depp, I'd like to direct your attention to the bottom text, which is a text from you to an unknown number on October 4th, 2014. Do you see that?
The last one.
Yes.
Yes, I see that.
Yes, sir. Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of modified Exhibit 293 with just that redacted version. And we may use other parts of it, so I'd ask it to be 293A or 1.
Okay, we can make it A. Let's
Okay.
keep consistent.
All
After
right.
293.
I forgot what you had said.
No objection,
All
Your
right,
Honor.
293A, we'll get the redactions done. All right, 293, maybe. There we go. All right. 293A in evidence with redactions.
Thank you, Your Honor. And in this text message on October 4th, 2014, you text someone, it's unclear who, you say, "I am going to quite gracefully glide into a massage of my broken back and neck. I shall exit in 1 hour, a monster. Shall we each swallow an E each, parentheses, or perhaps it's MDMA, at around 8 p.m. and go to dinner with a few of my wee team at a wonderful Peruvian spot. Let us enjoy this night, my brother. Let us reward ourselves for the hard work and misery of the heat that we push ourselves to conquer every goddamn day. The Shatter." Did I read that right?
You did.
And E here, that's a reference to ecstasy, correct?
It is.
You can take that down, Michelle, please. You would agree that you found drugs and alcohol at an early stage in your life, right?
I've certainly, yes, I did.
And you testified a couple days ago that you had done just about every kind of drug there was by age 13 or 14, right?
15.
15. And you found that drugs are the only way to numb your pain, right?
They have always been a medicine for me, yes, a numbing agent.
And you said yesterday that, in fact, I think you said you take drugs to numb the demons, right?
I don't know that I said to numb the demons, but well, if I did say demons, it is to numb the residual pain that I carry from my youth.
Right. And one of your good friends that you've taken drugs with before is Marilyn Manson, right?
Yes, we've taken, we've drank together. We've had cocaine together maybe a couple of times.
Pills, right? With Marilyn Manson?
I once gave Marilyn Manson a pill so that he would stop talking so much. Sorry.
All right. I get it. You employ a lot of people that work for you, right?
I employ a lot of people.
You employ a lot of people that serve various roles in your life, right?
Yes, yes.
And at least some of those people will do anything you ask, including some of them supplying controlled drugs to you, correct?
I would not characterize those people as doing anything I want or anything I said. They're not the yes men that you'd like them to be.
Can you pick up your testimony from the UK trial and turn to page 48, which is page 13 of the document, please?
Yes, sir. Sorry. 11, 12. Yes, sorry. Yes, I've got it.
You got it? Okay.
Yes, sir.
And if you could please take a look at page 48, line 15.
Page 48, line 15.
You just testified that they're not yes men, right? That was the testimony you just gave, correct?
Yes.
Okay. On page 48, line 15 of your testimony in the UK, you were asked a question. They are people who will do what you ask. They will do anything you ask, including some of them supplying drugs to you, controlled drugs to you. Your answer was, there are people who work for me, work with me, who, yes, in the past, have been asked to provide whatever I have felt was necessary at the time. Question. Well, putting it bluntly, if you wanted illegal drugs, controlled drugs, and you asked one of your staff, and I am not going to name anybody particularly right now, that member of staff would provide you with those drugs if he could. Answer. At times, yes. Question. Despite the fact that it was illegal? Answer. Yes. Did I read that right?
He did.
Can we pull up exhibit 1085, please? You've seen this picture before, Mr. Depp, right?
Yes, I have.
Yes. And this is a picture that was taken in Miss Heard's former house or apartment on Orange Avenue after you two began dating, correct?
Yes, sir, and it's quite a composition. Composition of the photograph is very interesting.
I think that's something we can agree on. Your Honor, move for admission of exhibit 1085 and ask for permission.
No
to publish.
objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, 1085, publish in evidence.
This picture, you recall, Mr. Depp, was taken in or around March of 2013 after you had fallen off the wagon, right?
I'm sorry, what date?
March of 2013, I believe,
March
right?
2013.
Does that ring a bell?
If March 23rd, I had fallen off the wagon from when I was doing Lone Ranger, when Mr. was with me when I was sober.
Okay.
But that was the whiskey that's on the table that was an average. Every day I would come home to her place and there would be a glass of whiskey waiting for me.
And you would sometimes drink whiskey in the mornings too, right? During this time period.
I mean, isn't happy hour anytime?
And that cocaine, those white lines, those are cocaine. That's cocaine, right?
I would assume. It
Yeah,
looks
and
like
that's your cocaine that you kept in that box that says property of JD with the skull and crossbones, isn't it?
Well, the beautiful composition of the photograph would suggest that, certainly.
Yeah. You don't dispute that.
I don't see me in it.
No, but you don't dispute that you carried cocaine in that box that said property of JD. That was a special box that you carried cocaine in, wasn't it?
The box was a gift from someone. I can't say that I carried cocaine in it, no.
You
But
can't say that you carried cocaine in that box?
No, but it looks like it would fit some cocaine. Cocaine is, I would, in my experience, normally given in plastic bags. When you put it in a box like that, chances are very good you'll leave a trail of a long line of cocaine behind you walking down the street. So
Why don't you go ahead and pull up your UK testimony, please? Let's look at page 202.
202. Oh boy. Oh, I see. Yeah, you're going by those things. Pardon me.
It's page 9 of the document.
160. I'm having trouble finding 20.
Are you saying page 9?
Oh,
Because there's no 202.
that's my fault. It's day 2, so I owe you another transcript. I'm sorry. My apologies.
Oh,
We're moving into another day now. Your Honor, permission to approach?
Okay, yes, sir. Thank you.
thank you.
So this, and I apologize for that, Mr. Depp. This is page 9 of the document, page 202 of the transcript. This was day 2 of your testimony in the UK.
Yes, I see it. Page 202.
Yep. And on that, on page 202, you were asked a question. We'll have to work out what that was at a later stage. Can you see in the front that there is a little box about 2 inches by 2 inches if we compare it to the size of the credit cards? Answer, yes. Property of JD with skull and crossbones on it. Yes, I do. That, I suggest, is, this is a question, that, I suggest, is your cocaine box. That is where you would keep your cocaine, a special box that you had. Answer, I do remember the box. Question, do you remember it now? Answer, yes. I did not remember the property of JD. Yes, that is a box. It was carrying cocaine in it. I would say I probably was then. You see that? Did I read that right?
Yes, you did.
And on the morning that this picture was taken, this was during the filming of a documentary about Keith Richards. You remember that?
I'm sorry, could you
This-
repeat that?
Yeah, sure. This picture was taken while you were filming a documentary about Keith Richards, correct?
I'm sorry, the date again on this?
Do you remember that? I
The
believe it
date.
was, I believe it was March 2013. You
That
should know
seems,
better
yes,
than I
that
do.
seems about.
And you see there's a Keith Richards CD, it looks like above that cosmetic case.
Perfectly placed, yes.
Yeah. And you had an argument that morning in which you accused Amber of cheating on you. Do you remember that?
I believe Amber had an argument with me.
And you were using cocaine and drinking whiskey that morning. And as a result of that argument, you were late to the set of that documentary, correct?
In fact, I was not late to the documentary. Well, I was late, but I had called my crew because it was a day of filming performance between, it was Keith Richards, Tom Waits, and some other very talented musicians. The only thing that needed to be done in terms of performance was capture the performance. So I wasn't needed on the set, so I could come in anytime I wanted.
Okay. You just said that you were late, though, correct?
Oh,
That's what
I
you
was
just
yes.
testified to. Okay.
Yes, yes.
All right.
And due to the argument, of course.
Sure.
Yes.
I'd like to shift gears a little bit now.
Hmm.
Well, actually, let's not. Michelle, could you please pull up Exhibit 152? Mr. Depp, these are various texts that you sent and received to various people in 2012. Do you see that?
Yes, seems to go from July to September.
Right. And we'll take them kind of piece by piece, I guess. I guess the first thing I'd like to do is take a look at the entries 1628. So that's about halfway down the page. It's a text exchange, a text from you to Stephen Duders, your personal assistant at the time, and then a text from him back to you.
Objection, Your Honor.
Are they?
Press 1 if you got a box of cocaine, a personal box of cocaine in the chat. Everybody, press 1. Press 1. Wait. A monogram box of cocaine. Everybody, press 1 if you have a monogram box for cocaine that's specially made to carry cocaine. Press 1, please. Press 1. Make sure y'all vote in the poll. Make sure y'all vote in the poll. It's Perfect Time Podcast. This is my good vanilla brother, Johnny Depp. I love him so much, man. We having a perfect day. We got some perfect bottles of wine. We're having a Peruvian period here this morning. We're celebrating life. Man, Johnny Depp is decimating this lawyer. This lawyer is not doing good, not having a good day. Hey, let me know if my audio is good, y'all. Let me know if the audio is good. This lawyer is frustrated. He's actually doing this live. You should have done this in pre-trial. Like, this does not bode well. Look how good and comfortable Johnny Depp looks on the stand. Like, the lawyer is flustered. He can't get off the questions that he wants, and he's not able to make the connections that he would like to make because they're redacting the information, so the jury will not make the conclusions that he would like the jury to come to. Look, he's flustered right now. He's looking over the documents. He wants to allow it in, but there's phone numbers and personal information from other celebrities. Elton John's phone number, Marilyn Manson's personal phone number. You have to redact that, because if Marilyn Manson, Elton John's personal information get out, then now there's a liable case against the state and this court and this lawyer. So how far will
That's all, Your Honor. Thank
we're
you.
back? We're back.
Thank you, Your Honor. Appreciate your patience. Mr. Depp, we're going to take a look at two text messages here, or three text messages. On August 4th, 2012, you exchanged text messages with Stephen Deuters, one from you to him and one from him to you. Do you see that midway through the page?
Yes.
And Michelle, can you blow those up, please? In those text messages, you write to Mr. Deuters, your personal assistant, "Yay, where is the little baggie you built in LA?" And he says, "Special baggie, I gave you can in 1480 kitchen. Not sure where it went after that. Thought I heard you say something along the lines of, I know what to do with it, exclamation point." Did I read that right?
You did, sir.
All right. Can you scroll down to the text on the bottom, please? This is a text, Mr. Depp, where you say, "I use marijuana a lot," 3 exclamation points. "I take pot." I read that right, correct?
Yes, you did.
And this is a text that you sent on September 11th, 2012. To just scroll over to the left, Michelle. This is a text that you sent to Brian Warner. Brian Warner's Marilyn Manson, right?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. Let's pull up Exhibit 145, please.
Hey, we learned Marilyn Manson's real name. Marilyn Manson's, some of the Marilyn Manson fans probably already knew this, but I didn't know Marilyn Manson's real name is Brian
Mr. Depp, this
Warner.
is a series of text messages from you to and from various people in 2012, right?
Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, the text messages that I'd like to ask the witness about are the first 2. And then or just those first 2.
We have no objection to the omission with proper redactions.
Okay, if you could redact just those first 2.
And then move for the admission of that document as redacted.
Sure, as soon as we get it redacted.
You owe me a soda, DJ. You owe me a soda, DJ. You owe me a soda, man. Hey, Brian Warner. Shout out to Brian Warner, man. Shout out to.
Thank you, Your Honor. So this text exchange, Mr. Depp, between you and Marilyn Manson on September 11th, 2012, you text him, "The pill and the plant stuff keep me calm and detached." And he texts you back, "I have lots of reefers, many reefers, and cookies, which are weird, but pot is funny, backwards gateway drug. You see that?
I do, sir.
Did I read that right?
You did.
You can take that down, Michelle, please. And if you could please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1089. 1089.
Hey, Brian knows how to text. Brian and Johnny, hey, I gotta step it up on my text. Hey, I have many reefers. I have and cookies
Mr.
that
Depp,
are
I'd
weird.
like to ask you about this photo.
Hey, these guys
this is
in
a
the
photo
text
of
messages is
4
crazy.
pretty huge bags of marijuana, correct?
Yes, sir. That is a lot of marijuana.
A lot of marijuana.
Yes, sir.
And the coffee cup that's right next to that, that's a coffee cup for your company, Infinitum Nile, right?
That's correct.
And the furniture, this is taken in one of your residences?
It's taken in the studio, the recording studio.
In the recording studio, okay. Your Honor, move for the admission of Exhibit 1089, Defendant's Exhibit 1089, and
No.
permission to publish.
No objection,
All
Your
right,
Honor.
1089 evidence.
So this picture of these 4 giant bags of pot, at least 4, was taken in your recording studio. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You can take that down, Michelle.
Are you at a good break point, Mr. Rottenborn? Just,
Sure, the break would be fine.
okay, all right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's go ahead and take our morning recess of 15 minutes. So we just don't talk to anybody, don't do any outside research, okay? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You can-
Oh man, you guys. Oh man, courtroom TV. Look at Johnny. Look at Johnny. Look at that boy. Look at that boy. Come on, YouTube, man. This morning, man. Come on. I'm out. Y'all can have my joy. Look at Johnny. He got on makeup. That's it from the back. Look how brown he is. Look how brown he is. He got on makeup. Look how dark Johnny is. Oh my God, man. We've been having hella fun this morning, man. 4 giant bags of pot. He said, what does that look like? Is that a lot? He said, yeah, that is a lot of marijuana. Oh my God. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah. Yes, sir. That is a lot of marijuana, man. Yes, sir. Oh man, what y'all think in the chat, man? How's everybody doing, man? Good morning. Good morning, everybody in the chat, man. How's everybody in the chat doing, man? I love you guys so much, man. What a wonderful day. We got some great testimony, man. Good morning. what y'all want to do? Y'all want to go back in, take a break? Let's go back in. Cause we got we have the meats, Arby's. We have Perfect Timing Podcast. We have the meats. Oh yeah, I got meat, baby. A whole lot of meat. Paul. I was about to go down that line. I stopped myself. I was about to go down. Arby's. We have the Perfect Timing Podcast. We have the meat. Paul. Johnny Depp is a motherfucking fool, man. Johnny Depp is a motherfucking fool, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Courtroom TV, man. Courtroom TV. Look at the suit. Look at the suit, man. He looked like a magician. You know what I'm saying? Look like he about to do some David Copperfield type shit, man. We back, everybody. We back, everybody. Perfect Timing Podcast. We back, everybody. We back, everybody. Johnny Depp, defamation case live. Johnny
Mr.
Depp.
Depp, contrary to what maybe we've heard, the jury's heard earlier in this trial, You became aware many times over the course of your life about your sister Christy's concerns about your drug consumption, correct?
Over many times in my life.
Yes.
I think you'd have to ask her that. I'm not aware that she was concerned for the period of my life.
Well, in fact, your sister's had a number of worries about your drug consumption over many, many years since your youth that you've become aware of, correct?
In my youth,
Since your youth, sorry.
Hmm?
Since your youth.
Since my youth, my sister has not been necessarily privy to every single, let's say, move that I've made, whether it be where you'd like me to go with the drug dependency or whatever. She's been a concerned sister in every way, that even having to do with relationships that I was in that she was quite worried about.
Right, right. And I wasn't asking about relationships. What I was asking
No, I
is,
know, I was just,
let's do it this way, given your
Alright.
testimony. Let's turn to day 2 of the UK trial, the transcript that's in front of you, please.
day 2. So where would you like me to?
Page 279. It's on page 28 of the document, please. It's upper right.
Thank you. Page 279, that was.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And on line 11, are you there? Do you have the document up?
Online?
No, I'm sorry. Is it in your hand? Okay, great.
Yes.
On page, or line 11 of page 279, you were asked a question. Question, did your sister express anxiety to you about your drug intake at around this time? Your answer, my sister Christy has over many, many years, since my youth, had a number of worries about my consumption growing up. Yes, she talked to me many times over the course of my life. And yes, with Miss Heard, we did speak about it. I think she and Miss Heard's ability to speak to one another stopped not long after this. Did I read that right?
You did, sir.
When you first started seeing Amber, you had you filmed the Rum Diary, but then you went a couple years without being involved, and then you saw each other on the press tour for the movie, right?
That's correct.
And when you first started seeing her after that couple year period of not seeing her, you had just been checked out of a New York hospital where you had been for a couple days to fight alcohol use, correct?
Yes.
And you were drinking, you were abusing alcohol toward the end of your relationship with your prior partner, Vanessa Parody, correct?
I was drinking.
You were drinking pretty heavily.
Were you there?
It's my question to you, sir.
No, I wasn't drinking that
Let's-
heavily.
We
I
can,
mean,
let's turn to the UK
it's
116,
definition,
please.
what you define as heavily, sir.
Let's just look at what you said before. Let's go to page
Certainly.
116 of the UK transcript, please. This would be in day 1.
116. Yes, sir. 116 it was, yes.
Yeah, 116 down onto 117. Okay. On 116, line 18, the question is, I think one of the problems in that relationship was your alcohol and drug addiction, misuse, if you prefer that word. Answer, I would definitely say towards the end of my relationship with Miss Paradis, the mother of my children, it was a very painful time to break up with someone that you have been with for 14 years and that you have 2 children with. So it was a very painful time, and I was more than likely trying to numb myself as much as possible. Question: am I right in saying that you agree that you were abusing alcohol and drugs, but you have explained why? Answer: I would say that I was abusing alcohol. I do not know that I was abusing drugs, but I was abusing alcohol for sure. Yes. Did I read that right?
You did.
And there was a time in the early stages of your relationship with Amber when you explained to her that you weren't drinking alcohol at that time because you had a problem with your liver, correct?
Yes, there was, there was concern over the numbers, as they call it, over about my liver.
And you shared that with Amber, right?
Yes, I did.
And Amber, early on in your relationship, throughout your relationship, she didn't love the fact that you were drinking and using drugs, correct? You've testified to that many times, right?
Objection calls for speculation as to what is in Ms. Heard's mind.
I was saying this to that form,
Sure.
if you want to rephrase.
You understood that Miss Heard was not happy with you overusing alcohol or overusing drugs, correct?
From the very beginning,
Yeah, she was trying to be supportive of your sobriety, correct?
no, sir.
No. Okay. Let's look at Exhibit 182, please.
Are we in day 2 now? Or is this?
No, sorry. This is an exhibit.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, you can set that to the side, sir. Thank you. This is an email from exchange from you, between you and Elton John in 2013, July 2013. Correct?
Correct.
And the second email down is an email that you sent to Elton John at 5:05 in the afternoon on July 13th, 2013. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, move for the admission of Exhibit 182 and permission to publish.
So there's redactions that need to be done.
Yes, Your Honor, there's some email addresses in here, and I would ask that the portions that are not Mr. Depp's also be redacted as well.
All right.
That's fine.
Okay. So no objection with those redactions. Is that correct? Okay. Let's just get those redactions.
It's just one page.
All right.
I believe that covers the redactions, Your Honor.
May I just
Sure,
have a moment to read?
absolutely.
Of course.
Objection to proper redaction.
Got it, right? 182 in evidence with redaction.
Hey,
Your Honor.
shout out to Erica. Thank you so much, Erica, for coming through and supporting.
So this is an email that you sent to Elton John.
Hold on,
July
I'm
13th, 2013. And Michelle, could you scroll down to the third paragraph up from the bottom that starts with the word?
Shout out to my sis, Erica, man. Thank you for coming back and forth. I pray for success for all your endeavors. Everybody in the chat, let's say a prayer for Erica. Let's hold her up in prayer. I pray a covering over you, success for all your endeavors. I pray that you have peace and calm, and you are loved, and you are required, and you are necessary here. So thank you so much for your support. I just want to take a minute out and say I love you, and I pray that you have a blessed day and that you see your way through everything that is going on in your life right now. And you know what Grandma say, and that you know what Tina would say if she was here. Grandma saying, you know what Tina would say if she was here. She would say, "It's already done." You know what I'm saying? That used to make me feel better, man. After we would pray, or if I would pray, if I asked my grandma, she would say, "It's already done." So that's the one thing I want to say to my sister. Much love, prayers, and blessings, and it's already done. You know what I'm saying? It's already done. Let's get back to this content. Fire day today. Johnny Depp going in, destroying Amber Heard counsel. He is doing amazing under cross. I don't think he ever did a movie on the witness stand, but after this, Johnny Depp might want to do a movie on the witness stand. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you. It's surely needed and appreciated. Thank you. Oh, man, it's all love. It's all love. You support me so much, just genuinely, and I appreciate it as a content creator, as an artist. It means so much to have people patronize your art who really, really, really care and see your vision. Because as I'm painting and creating my art, I don't know if anybody likes it. That's why the chat means so much, the comments mean so much, the likes mean so much, because it's a watercolor image I'm giving to myself. And when other people see the beauty in it, it reinforces my goal. And I just want to say thank you. Thank you to you. Thank you to everyone watching and supporting. It means so much. This channel was created, perfect timing is speaking to the fact this morning when I came on, Erica, I said a prayer for myself because I woke up this morning and I felt like I wanted somebody to pray for me. So I went to God, and God said, "Your name is perfect timing. You created perfect timing because you got tired of waiting for people to give you a job, to give you love. You created perfect timing because you wasn't waiting anymore." So guess what I did, Erica? I got on my knees and I prayed for myself. I didn't ask nobody to pray for me. I remembered why God gave me perfect timing. Perfect timing said, I'm not waiting no more to have a conversation about fathers. I'm not waiting no more to have a conversation about my son. I'm not waiting no more to have a conversation about healthy marriages. I don't care if you don't like it. I don't care if you don't believe black men are fathers. I'm not waiting to have the conversation. It's the perfect time. So I'm not waiting for someone to pray for me. It's the perfect, if I need prayer, I'm going to go pray for me. If I need, I'm going to go, you see what I'm saying? If I need love, I'm going to love me. If I'm going to need direction, I'm going to direct. I'm not waiting for God to provide a leader in my life no more. I'm the oldest. I'm the big brother. So I always wanted a big brother. Finally, I realized I'm my big brother. I'm my leader. That's the king. That's the God. I don't need no big brother. I don't need nobody to love me. God gave me everything I need. I love me. I direct me. I pray for me. And I pray for you because I love you guys. Let's get back to the action.
Words on the other side of the coin. And in that paragraph, you write, on the other side of the coin, my kids have fallen head over heels in deep love with Amber, my girl. And that pressure off my shoulders is fucking gone. That is, until the French extortionist, parentheses, ex-cunt, attempts to brainwash them against her, which I'm sure is imminent. I read that right, didn't I?
You did read that very well.
And the when you referred to the French extortionist and called her an ex-cunt, you were referring to Vanessa Paradis, the mother of your children, correct?
Yes, sir. Things got a little
You can take
tight
that down.
at that point between us, as they would.
Can you pull up Exhibit 214, please? Defendant's Exhibit 214. Mr. Depp, portions of this, we've already seen portions of this exhibit. What I'm going to ask you about are the top 3 messages. These are messages to and from your daughter, Lily Rose, I believe, on February 4th, 2014, correct?
We object, Your Honor. These are communications. We object to the admission of any communications from his daughter.
What's the legal objection?
A hearsay.
All right.
First of all, I was just asking if that was what it was, but may we approach?
Okay.
No remorse, no chill. Marilyn Manson name exposed. The fact that Marilyn Manson is a heavy drug user, Marilyn Manson's not on trial. So me and DJ was joking about Marilyn Manson's name being exposed. But you know what I just realized as they attempt to go into his daughter, a teenage girl, Amber Heard needs to be thrown in jail, bro. Amber Heard, there's no line she won't cross. So it's not just the fact that Marilyn Manson's real name was exposed, but there's pictures of Marilyn Manson with weed. That's impeaching him, right? With drugs. He said, I gave Marilyn Manson a pill. Marilyn Manson might not want anyone to know how much marijuana, how much cocaine, how much pills he uses. Now, it's not a criminal case. I keep saying that every day. This is not a criminal case. This is a defamation lawsuit for money. And all of this stuff is coming in. Why is Marilyn Manson's drug use on trial? It goes back to the Megan Thee Stallion case when Megan Thee Stallion brought DJ Academic's real name in the court and
Mr. Depp,
100 pages from DJ Academics
that
in the case with Tory
the last
Lanez.
few years before Amber, that your relationship with your kids was such that there was a perception by them that you weren't around for them, and that all changed when Amber came into your life, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
Just asking what he's aware of.
I'll allow it.
May I have the question one more time, please?
You're aware that, sure. You're aware that the last few years before you started dating Amber, that there was a perception by your kids that you weren't around, and that all changed when Amber came into your life.
This is not exactly the truth, what you're trying to put forth.
No, I'm just asking if you were aware of my question, that there was a perception that you weren't around for the last couple of years before Amber, and that change when Amber came into your life. That's all I'm asking.
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
There were extenuating
I'm not
circumstances.
sure if he's the answer to it.
Right.
For that objection, I'll overrule that objection.
Thank you. You're also aware that there was a perception, you were made aware that Lily Rose believed that Amber was a good influence on you and changed you for the better, correct?
Objection hearsay, Your Honor.
I'm just asking for what his understanding is.
I'll sustain the objection. Let's move on.
Very brief
You don't have
period.
to, you don't have to answer that question. I sustain the objection.
I'm sorry.
That's fine. Next question.
You're aware of the lengths that Ms. Heard went to care for you when you were impaired on drugs or alcohol, correct?
You'd have to be specific. More
Okay.
specific, please.
Let's be specific. Sorry. Can you please pull up Exhibit 839? Your Honor, this is a recording. And we plan to play 6 minutes and 55 seconds through 7 minutes and 29 seconds.
Is this a recording we already have in? No, this
I
is a
don't-
new recording.
I don't believe so, but I'm not 100% sure if this has been
839.
the defendant's 839.
Is there any objection to that audio recording?
I don't believe, assuming this is an audio recording between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, then we have no objection.
It
All right.
is.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And so no objection to it being entered in evidence, correct?
That's
And
correct.
it's full content, but we're just playing a portion of it. Is that
That's
correct?
exactly
Okay.
right.
All right.
Yep.
839 in evidence then. Okay. Thank you.
And permission to play the clip mentioned to the jury?
Okay. I assume there's no objection since it's in. That's fine. Go ahead.
By pounding on the door and waking up every 15 minutes and then falling asleep next to the door so I could hear you snore in case if you vomited, I could call EMS if you ever first stopped snoring.
Because you're afraid I was gonna die.
I thought you would choke on your own vomit, which is very likely with you.
Really?
Yes, very
But I
likely,
vomit a lot.
yes.
Sure.
Yes, you do vomit a lot. In your sleep, even more.
Really?
Oh, it's news to you? Then this is affecting you a lot more than I thought it was.
I'll be used.
That was nothing. Nothing there, sir. Nothing there, sir. We don't believe you. You need more people. Nothing there, sir.
Can you please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1094?
You're not doing good. This lawyer is not doing good. The judge is giving him a lot of leeway. He should have been held in contempt.
Briefly.
He should have been held in contempt for asking a question that she told him he couldn't answer, and then he allowed the witness to answer the question. Right then, that should have been redacted from the testimony so the jury could not take that into deliberation. Typically, a judge would say, redact that answer from the testimony. She's been given liberty, like just tons of liberty to the attorneys. Like, you would be held in contempt as an attorney. You know what and
Mr.
how.
Depp, do you recognize this picture as being a picture of you?
Yes, Ms. Heard kindly showed it to me the day after she took it, yes.
Okay. This picture, I'd move for the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 1094 and ask for permission to publish, Your Honor.
We have no objection, Your Honor.
This is a picture of you on a black leather couch, passed out, correct?
Passed out's an interesting way of putting it. Maybe asleep.
Where is it? What residence?
That's in Boston.
I'm sorry?
That was in Boston when I was doing Black Mass.
In Boston. And that's ice cream on your lap, correct?
It is indeed. Ms. Heard asked me to hold the ice cream as she noticed that I was on the nod. That means falling asleep from the 17-hour day that I'd worked and also the opiates that I'd ingested. And if you'll notice, my right hand is in my pocket. So I wasn't participating in the festival of ice cream.
Okay.
I was holding her ice cream, and because she knew what was going to happen,
Okay.
that I would fall asleep and it would drop. And that was a wonderful picture to take for her.
Sure.
I don't know why she took it. But
Well, so it's Miss Heard's fault that picture was taken. Is that what you're saying?
she snapped it.
All right, let's talk about this, because you say you were in Boston. This is when you were filming Black Mass,
Yes.
and you testified that was kind of the last film that you did when you were taking opiates, right?
Yes, it was right before the the trip to the island.
And you testified yesterday that opiates, you don't take opiates to get high, right? You've testified to that on a couple different occasions, correct?
You certainly can take opiates to get high. If I doubled the dose, then I would most assuredly be ready for sleep. That's not a blackout. That's
Sure. So if you
Sleep.
double the dose, you'd be ready for sleep, but it wouldn't get you high in the way that other drugs would, correct?
well, the high is it's a extreme downer. That's its job.
Right. And for that reason, I believe you testified yesterday or 2 days ago. It's not like you take those pills to get high. You remember giving that testimony, correct?
I said that it's not like I took the pills
Mhm.
to get high. I took the pills to
Thank
be
you.
normal, to stay normal, so
Okay,
that I
let's pull
wouldn't
up
get sick.
866, please.
What number did you say? I'm sorry.
Defendant's Exhibit 866.
But I also believe that I said that I asked Nurse or I told Nurse Debbie that I had told her that I needed more than I actually took because I always wanted to have one or two in my pocket just in case the kick started.
If you could take a look at the text at the top of that page.
Yes.
It's a text exchange between you and Aaron Borum. Aaron Borum, you testified as one of Dr. Kipper's nurses, right?
Yes, sir.
And this is a text exchange that you had with her in August and September 2016, correct?
Sorry, I'm looking for the, oh, yes, yes. Which one are we looking at here?
The
Up at the
top
top.
three. And in the first, she tells you that she's watching Black Mass for the third
Yes.
time, right?
On, yes, so August 30th, yes.
Yep. And Your Honor, I'd move for, I'd like to admit this exhibit 866 and permission to publish, please. And particularly, I'm talking about the top three texts.
The top, so redacting the other text, just the top three texts and the identifying.
Yes, Your-
Information.
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, we have no objection, but we would ask that the fourth text message be included as well as
So the top
context.
four texts.
Sure.
messages.
And obviously the phone numbers redacted as well.
Of course.
Let's get that up and see what that looks like.
Shout out, Sir Ism. Welcome back, Tracy. Shout out, Sir Ism. Tracy, man, the pill RN has came back up again. Johnny Depp said the pill RN would keep him with enough pills that if the kick, did you guys catch that? That if the kick came back up, he always wanted to have pills in his pocket. Do y'all know it's a famous comedian named Wanda Sykes? Wanda Sykes was actually involved with the Chris Rock thing as one of Chris Rock's friends. Chris Rock broke Wanda Sykes. Wanda Sykes has a joke. Her joke is called IB fucking Profin, right? She got a joke about IB
Thank you,
fucking
Ron.
Profin, right? In that joke, it's about black women. And the other day we talked about black women. Lovely Peace talked about black women and how black women hemorrhage in childbirth and are the most likely to pass away, right? And Wanda Sykes got a joke, said, I have both of my breasts removed and they gave me IB fucking Profin, right? They wouldn't give a black woman narcotics. They won't give you, even if after a surgery where she had both breasts removed, she has a famous joke called IB fucking Profin. She could not get narcotics. Famous celebrity, double mastectomy, they gave her ibuprofen. Johnny Depp has a pill RN who keeps him with enough narcotics that he could walk around with pills in his pocket. That's illegal. He's impeaching himself. He shouldn't even say that he's walking around with loose narcotics in his pocket. You can't have, it doesn't matter if you have a prescription for oxycodone. You can't walk around with loose pills in your pocket. Don't ask me how I know. I know. So Johnny Depp is impeaching himself, saying he's walking around with loose pills in his pocket. But think about the fact that Johnny Depp has a medical staff that keeps him with enough narcotics legally that he can have pills in his pocket. That's deep, you guys. That's deep. I was joking when I called her the pill RN, but it's coming to be more and more true that he had doctors supplying him drugs legally, much like Michael Jackson in the Propofol. What was the doctor that went to jail for Michael Jackson? I believe if Johnny Depp was the overdose, that doctor at Kipper and Debbie would be liable because Kipper and Debbie are not doctor and nurse. They are drug dealer and friend. Dr. Kipper is a drug dealer, allegedly, and Nurse Debbie is a drug dealer and a pill pusher, alleged. That's Nurse Jackie in the flesh. You can't walk around with loose pills in your pocket. And your lawyer is failing you right now, Johnny, because they should have told you not to answer that question. And you don't say you walk around with loose narcotics in your fucking pocket, boy. Fuck wrong with you?
Michelle, could you blow up that third text? Starts with "You are the sweetest," please. And in this text to Miss Borum, after she's telling you that she's watching Black Mass for the third time in a row, you write, "I was high as a motherfucker when I made that film. Ha ha ha." You see that? Did I read that right?
Yes, you did read that right.
Now, you can take that down. You've trashed hotel rooms before simply because you've had a bad couple days and an unpleasant time, correct?
I have assaulted a couch or two. Yes, sir.
You'd agree that at times in your life you've expressed yourself through destructive behavior.
Yes.
And you'd agree that at times when you were angry, you smashed things up, right?
More in my confused sort of youth, yes.
And you said in an interview one time, you said the following quote, "You know, you have bad days and, you know, some guys go play golf. Some guys, you know, smash hotel rooms." You've said that before, right?
It was
It's just a yes or no question. You've said that before, right? In an
I've
interview.
said it as a joke,
And
yes.
you believe that if something feels stronger than you, that it's a human reflex to smash something or throw something against a wall or punch a door, correct?
I don't believe that I'm the only human being that's ever punched a door or broken something in an internal bout with myself. No,
You
I don't
believe
believe
that
that I'm
that's-
unique in that way, sir.
You believe that that's something that happens when you get frustrated, right? And that it's a mini explosion that comes and goes quickly. You agree with that, right?
When I was younger, it was a little bit more accessible, if you will.
Okay. Let's pull up Exhibit 143, please. Can you scroll down? This is an email exchange between you and Stephen Deuters, your personal assistant, in April of 2019. You see that?
Yes.
And it's 2 pages, I believe. So let's go to the second page, please. Or the bottom of right there. And you see that on April 19th, 2012, you wrote him, "I got drunk and destroyed my room. There are hookers and animals in here." Did I read that right?
Yes, you did.
Your Honor, permission to, or I'd like to move for admission of Defendant's Exhibit 143 and permission to publish, please.
As long as the email addresses are redacted, we have no objection, Your Honor.
All right, just redacting the email addresses, but the full content comes in, is that correct?
Yes, Your
Okay, I
Honor.
want to make sure I got this straight. Okay. Redact identifiers. All right. You agree with
Let's
that?
just, can we just, let's make sure that that's the only, is that the only email address?
All right.
Okay.
Wait a minute, could you go down to the second page again for a second?
Go down to the second.
You ever heard the term "block your blessings"? You remember when Grandma would say "block your blessings"? I like that part of the song when Kodak Black said, "God wanted to bless me, but I had fuck niggas around me." And you know how we say the apple don't fall far from the tree? One time, T.D. Jakes was preaching, and T.D. Jakes said, "You are not having this blessed life because of things you've done. You are having this blessed life because of things that the people who came before you done." My grandmother took me to church every Sunday. My grandmother bought me suits. My grandmother helped me memorize the Lord's Prayer. I knew when he said that I had received, I received the covering from my grandmother's relationship with God. A lot of the blessings I had not earned. My grandmother had made the deposit. I was reaping my grandmother's harvest. Imagine God choosing you to bless you, and he has a role for you, but you and your human fleshly desire choose to be around non-spiritual, non-enlightened individuals. So God has to hold back his blessing. These individuals are blocking your blessing. These individuals are devils incarnate, sent to, remember, y'all got to listen to my sermon about Job. You got to listen to my sermon about Job, because people you think are your friends and your family have been sent by the devil to block your blessing, because God not going to bless you. He got the blessing. He got perfect timing waiting. He got perfect. People going to call you king. People going to call you perfect. He got the blessing waiting. But you got to get the fuck niggas around you. You got to get the fuck niggas from around you, because I can't bless you, because that blessing might spill over. That blessing, my cup runneth over. That blessing is going to spill out and be a blessing unto all of those. That's why 5.0 is so important. My blessing is a blessing unto those who I love. God bless me so much that it poured. That's why sometimes when I be preaching, I stop. If I don't feel the love, if I don't see my 5.0 people in the chat, I'ma shut up. I'ma shut up, because the blessing is not for them. God didn't give me the message for them. God gave me the message for y'all. He wanted to bless me, but I had fuck niggas around me. I can't bless you now, perfect. You gotta stay Dennis. You have to stay Dennis until you remove them fuck niggas around you. When you get solid, I'm gonna bless you with a crown. You're gonna be king perfect. The crown is waiting for you, son. The crown, I promised it to you. I told Erica it's already done. I promised it to you. I promised you a crown. I promised you a kingdom. He gave Job 10 times what Job had. Everybody know the story of Job, right? Job got tested, right? Job passed the test and God blessed him. That's not the story. Job got tested while in his confliction, while in his turmoil. The devil sent individuals in the disguise of friend, brother, family. And you know what they said to Job? Job, why don't you repent? Job, why don't you love God? Job, why are you going through this? Job, you love God. And you know what the real story of Job is? Listen to my sermon. God didn't say, Job, he go all in. God, at the end of the chapter is so long, it's maddening to read it, because I got upset after all these people came hating on Job, but saying that they his best friend. You know what God said at the end of Job? God got at them friends. God got at them haters. God got at them fuck niggas and said, you gave Job faulty counsel. You kept Job, my son, in his turmoil. You kept Job, my son, in confliction. You kept Job through your faulty counsel in pain. You were not a good friend. You are not a good friend. You are not a good son to me. You are not a good parishioner. You were not good to Job. You were not good to me. You got to go give Job all of your ox. Go apologize to Job. Give Job all your sheep. Give Job all your money. And if he accepts your apology, I will not vanquish you. That's the story of Job. Nobody don't tell the real story of Job. God got at them fuck niggas and said, you better go give Job all your sheep, all your oxen, all your money, and apologize for being a fuck nigga and a bad friend. And if he accepts your apology, I won't kill you. That's the story of Job. God loved Job. God loved Job. He wanted to bless Job. God loved Job. It's the people around you. God is holding on to that blessing. It's already done. God is holding on to your crown. The crown ain't for everybody. You could eat just not at my table. It's time to ascend. We have to level up, and it's a crown. The crown ain't for people on this level. You have to level up. The crown is waiting for you. Queens and kings in the chat. Press 5. Press 5. You ready for your crown? Press 5 if you. I'm ready. I got my crown on. Press 5 if you ready for your crown. Don't block your blessing. Don't block your blessing. Johnny Depp, she was beautiful, 20 years old. He had to break up with her. He had to leave her so that he could be blessed and have a clear mind. No one fights back. If Johnny Depp was drugged, alcohol, he would not be fighting back. He would not be filing a defamation lawsuit. If he was still under Amber Heard's magic, he would not be willing to put out all of this dirty laundry to defend himself. He's fighting back. He tired, bro. He ready for his crown. You got to remove all those fuck niggas from around you so you can receive your blessing. Let's go back to the action.
Page, please.
His signature line.
Can we just see the top again?
Let's go to the top.
The top of the first
The top
page,
of the first
please.
page. Thanks.
Okay,
In
thank
fact,
you.
is it,
No
Approved.
objection? Okay.
do you mind
Okay.
if I read this, or are you going
Right.
to read this to me?
We're gonna take a look at it.
All right, 143 in evidence, you can.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you scroll down, Michelle? So you write to Mr. Duders, I got drunk and destroyed my room. There are hookers and animals in here. And then if you scroll up, he writes simply, watch out for Mike Tyson. Have you num-nummed? Correct. And then you write, don't want nummies. Thank you. Is it okay to put on a condom after the fact? I mean, if I just wear it for the rest of the day, like that works, doesn't it? I've had to kill a few of the animals for sustenance. I've made quite a mess. There's blood and animal tracks everywhere. I read that right?
You did.
Okay. And you are currently in a lawsuit for assaulting a crew member on the set of one of your movies in July 2018, correct?
Yes, someone
Yeah.
brought a case against me.
Right. A man by the name of Greg Rocky Brooks is suing you for allegedly
Objection,
punching
Your
him
Honor.
twice in the rib.
Relevance and
All right,
403 and 404.
He should be found in contempt. This judge is allowing Amber Heard's attorney to go too far. He keeps crossing the line. I only say that because of my experience in the Kyle Rittenhouse case, where the lawyer was almost held in contempt by the judge. The judge is bringing him to the bench because he keeps going down the line of questioning that is not legal. You cannot legally bring this into court because the jury is listening. And then you're tainting the jury. He should be sanctioned right now. He has no chill. He doesn't believe he has any rules in this courtroom. This lawyer believes he's on TV, right? And he can do whatever he want to do to get the win. No, this is a court of law. As a lawyer, you have rules. You cannot just bring up anybody's name and say whatever you want to say and then say, oh, judge, I'm sorry. There's a jury listening. This is not prudent in any shape, form, or fashion. How many times in this cross-examination has this lawyer crossed Johnny Depp's right? Johnny Depp.
Mr. Depp, I'm not going to ask you any questions about the particulars of that lawsuit.
You understand? See,
But,
because
other
he's
than
violating
the
Johnny
two
Depp's
bodyguards
rights.
who were with
It's
you on
laws.
set
Legally, you can't
of the
ask him,
movie
prick.
on the day that's the subject of that lawsuit were Sean Bett and Jerry Judge, correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor,
Ye-
can we please take the exhibit?
Sure, yeah, we can
that's
take that down.
available down?
Thank you. I'd like to shift gears and talk about Hicksville. You remember taking a trip to a place called the Hicksville Trailer Palace in late May 2013, correct?
I do indeed. How could I forget?
And the people, it's like a little mini trailer resort out near Palm Springs, Joshua Tree area.
That's correct.
All right. And the people that were there with you on that trip were Amber, her sister Whitney, right? A woman by the name of Christy Sexton, right?
Oh, yes. Okay.
Rocky Pennington,
Yes.
right? Someone named Kelly Sue Milano or Kelly Sue Eater.
You got me.
You just remember Kelly Sue, right?
I don't remember a Kelly Sue.
Okay. Well, in fact, Kelly Sue, you recall, was sitting close to Amber, and you thought she was being affectionate toward her. You'd agree with that, right?
Sitting close is not the description I would give it myself.
Well, you just testified you didn't remember someone named Kelly Sue, but I'm putting it to you.
Well, I
You remember someone named Kelly Sue who was sitting close to Amber and being affectionate, and you took exception to that, didn't you?
I wasn't aware that her name was Kelly Sue. Terribly sorry about that. I didn't know her name, but it was someone I'd never seen before who had clearly taken some happy something and was very affectionate with my girlfriend.
And so you removed Kelly Sue's hand from Amber and you yelled at Kelly Sue and told her that Amber was your girl, right?
That's not correct.
That's not correct?
No, sir. Not in the way that you're saying it. I certainly did remove her hand from Amber. That's the answer to your question. But I think it's not.
Well, Mr. Depp, it's not a matter of how I said it, it's a matter of how you've said it. So let's take a look at page 239 of the UK transcript, please. This will be day 2.
$229?
239.
239.
Page 18.
Sorry.
That's all right. A lot of papers.
239, yes.
It's going to be 239 and 240.
Okay. Thank you.
And you see on page 239, line 22, you're being asked a question about the incident we've just been discussing. And you're asked a question. And how did you deal with that uncomfortable situation?
Where are you reading from, sir? I'm sorry.
Page 239, line 22.
22, okay.
You got it?
Yes, I do.
Question, and how did you deal with that uncomfortable situation? Answer, I removed Miss Kelly Sue's hand from Miss Heard's body, and I told her, do not do that. That, first of all, that is my girl. Second of all, it is rude and invasive. She was quite glassy-eyed, and she seemed pretty unsure of her surroundings. She seemed very unstable on her feet, and I remember saying to her, if you were going to take this drug, MDMA, you should know if you were able to handle it or not, correct? Did I read that right?
That's correct.
And after this incident, you went back into the trailer that you and Miss Heard were sharing, and you had a big argument, right?
Yes, there was an argument.
And the argument started about Kelly Sue, correct?
I don't
Amber was
recall.
unhappy with your reaction to her and what happened, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection if you could rephrase.
You had an argument with Ms. Hurd and you understood her to be upset with the way that you had handled that situation with Kelly Sue, correct?
I mean, I recall that that was a part of the argument, but as I had told Ms. Hurd, I was sorry if this, I mean, I was protecting Ms. Hurd's honor, and I was protecting my girl from someone who was clearly unable to deal with the substances that she'd taken.
Right.
It was a
And-
little forward.
And I know that there will be differing accounts of what happened in that trailer over the course of this trial, but you would agree with me, Mr. Depp, that at a minimum, you smashed up a bathroom sconce during that argument, correct?
Yes, sir. I punched a bathroom sconce
And-
right by the mirror.
And apologies if we've already covered this, but this trip was in late May 2013.
I don't recall.
Okay. If you could pull up Exhibit 181, Michelle, this has already been admitted into evidence this morning, Your Honor.
181? No, I don't have 181 in evidence.
Did we not? Oh, you know what? I forgot that this morning. I'm sorry. So 181. Yep, that's right. Yep, we haven't looked at this one yet this morning. Mr. Depp, I'm going to ask you about the third text down. This is a text exchange from you, a text message from you to Paul Bettany on July 11th, 2013, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then above that, there's a text message exchange between you and your sister, Christy, on July 10th, 2013. Correct?
The text above it, yes.
Yeah. Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of Exhibit 181 of just those three texts.
No objection, Your Honor, with the proper redaction.
All right, we get those redactions done.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm sorry. Could you please clarify which text messages are going to be offered?
The top three.
Top three.
Thank you. Yes.
So Deborah makes a good point. I said this earlier. How did they get text messages from 6 years ago before the relationship with Amber Heard? And what's the relevancy? We got a lot of queens in the chat. Hey, Tina, what's up, Tina? I'm trying to send you a shout out right now, but my computer is moving slow. I need to get my computer clean. I don't know if I got to do a refresh, but sometime I think it's YouTube trying to get me frustrated. But do all the queens in the chat, do you believe it has relevancy? I don't want to just chalk up Johnny Depp's behavior because I believe Amber Heard was the bad actor here. Do you believe there's any relevancy to the text messages? Because what it sounds like to me is they can't prove Johnny Depp being violent or being physically violent.
I'd like to take a look at the text that you sent to Paul Bettany on July 11th. If you could blow that up, please, Michelle.
All they have is these text messages. Do you believe it's enough? Is it relevant to the case?
And we just talked about this trip to Hicksville. If you just, yeah, there we go. If you go to the second paragraph or the kind of the fourth line down, you write to Mr. Bettany, missing you and yours and await our dangle on the island. You may have to drink for me. I, of course, pounded and displayed ugly colors to Amber on a recent journey. I am an insane person and not so fair-headed after too much of the drink. Weed, pills, fine. Booze, my capacity is too large and I won't stop. Ugly and sad. Oh, how I love it. Did I read that right?
You did.
If you go up, please, this is a text message from exchange between you and Christy, in which Christy texts you, she wants to talk to me. She doesn't know what to do. Loves you, but doesn't know always what to do. She's worried about it all. And you write to her, it was not pleasant today. I wasn't aware she had another goddamn photo shoot tomorrow. That's really why she fucking left. I don't need actress bullshit and her fucking ambition. That's what you wrote to your sister about Amber on July 10th, 2013. Did I read that right?
You did.
I'd like to turn to, you can take that down, Michelle. I'd like to turn to the Boston plane flight that we've talked about a little bit in the trial.
Yes.
The night before the flight, and sorry if we covered some of this, but just to orient the jury to the sequence of events, the night before the flight, Miss Heard was in New York and you were picked up in Boston by private jet. So the jet that you chartered picked Miss Heard up along with Savannah McMillan and then flew to Boston and picked you up along with some other people. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then all of you flew back to Los Angeles.
That's correct.
And the night before that you were due to meet up to take this plane flight, you and Miss Heard had a heated discussion on the phone about scenes that she was doing in a movie with James Franco, right?
I don't recall what the argument was about. There are many to.
Let's go to page 293 of your UK transcript, please.
Yes.
Did I say 293?
Yes.
Okay. And on line 22, you were asked a question the night before you were due to meet up. Did you have a heated discussion on the telephone with Miss Heard about what was happening with James Franco, the scene she was doing with James Franco? Answer, I do not recall, but it is highly likely. Did I read that right?
In fact, I'm not sure where you are.
Okay. Day
Sorry.
2, page 293. It's on page 32 of the document.
Line 22, I think, is the issue.
Page 32, line 22. Thank you, Your Honor.
Line 22.
Line
Okay.
22 on page 32.
Yes.
Too many numbers. Are you there?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
so
that's right. Thank you.
question, the night before you were due to meet up, did you have a heated discussion on the telephone with Miss Heard about what was happening with James Franco, the scene she was doing with James Franco? Answer, I do not recall, but it is highly likely. Did I read that right?
You did.
And you suspected that Amber was having an affair with James Franco, correct? That was the reason for your argument.
Yeah. Yes.
And when you got on the plane, you considered that she was also being judgmental toward you because she believed that you were inebriated and under the influence of drugs, correct?
That was a constant.
And I'm talking about this particular plane flight.
Well,
You
still
consider that
constant.
she was being judgmental toward you because she believed you were inebriated and under the influence of drugs when you got on this plane, correct?
Yes,
And at some point on the flight, you ended up sleeping on the bathroom floor, right?
I did.
You testified to that yesterday, correct?
I did. Yes, sir.
And when you landed, you were quite ill when you landed in Los Angeles, correct?
I don't recall being quite ill. It's possible. I don't know what you're referring to.
Let's
Maybe
take
you
a
could
look
take
at
me there.
Yeah, sure. Let's take a look at page 313 of your UK transcript, please.
3:30.
It's on page 37 of the document.
May we approach, Your Honor?
3:30.
All right,
I'm
please
sorry.
approach for a second.
That is an excellent point, Tina. I haven't really gone there. I haven't really gone there, but what's the word for it? There's a word for that type of speech, right? There's actually a definition. You can define that style of speech. Is it banter? Is it funny banter? It cannot be taken seriously. There's actually a technical definition for what Tina is describing, right? All speech, all language is not considered fact, right? There's a definition for banter, right? I can't remember the proper terminology that I want to use, but when you're having facetious conversations like the one Tina is talking about, there's terminology, and that can't be used as fact or in law or in court, right? Right? Banter between friends, right? Facetious this is not actual and factual. It cannot speak to my character, to my state
Mr.
of
Depp, you have
mind.
page 313 in front of you.
It cannot speak to my character.
Can you
Don't talk
just
over me, boy.
read,
It cannot speak to
yourself
my character
the,
or my state of mind, right?
the,
6-year-old text
page
messages does not give
313,
you
line
state of
14
mind.
that starts with the word were.
Woo! We cooking in here.
Right.
Shout out to Tina.
And then
Shout
read
out
that.
to Tina. We cooking. Where you been, Tina? You late. You getting a tardy slip. 5.0 Queen, we the most intelligent, introspective. It's not perfect without you guys.
Yes,
Y'all make it perfect. Y'all
Does that refresh
intelligent
your recollection that
commentary.
you were quite ill when
Deborah
you landed in
Deborah
Texas?
did the research. Tracy brought up the link. You guys make it perfect because you know
Yes,
people gonna watch in the
it
replay.
doesn't,
They will click on the link that Deborah and Tracy brought up.
me being
They will
ill
see
on the
Tina's
plane,
comments. We kicking
Sure.
much ass this morning, boy.
We'll
Somebody
get
help me out with the term I'm looking for with that type of conversation that
let's
Tina
turn
is
to exhibit
describing.
236, please. Defendant's exhibit.
We could call it cap. Tina said it's just cap. You know what I'm saying? But there's actually a term for that type of banter when you're saying facetious, overindulgent things like "I'm gonna kill you." You know what I'm saying? There's a word for that type of conversation. There's a word for that type of language when it's not serious, right? When it's not when it's meant in jest, right? And it's eluding me right now, but
and I don't have a mess. So excuse me.
These are text messages that you sent to Amber on May 25th, 2014, the day after that plane flight, correct?
Okay. Yes, okay, yes.
Your Honor, move for the admission of Exhibit 236 and ask for permission to publish with the identifiers redacted.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, if you just redact those identifiers. All right, 236 in evidence with the redactions.
And
Publish.
thank you. Blow up the top email, please. And in this email to Amber, the day after this plane flight, you write her and you say, once again, I find my place, sorry, start over. Once again, I find myself in a place of shame and regret. Of course, I am sorry. I really don't know why or what happened, but I will never do it again. I want to get better for you and for me. I must. My illness somehow crept up and grabbed me. I can't do it again. I can't live like that again. And I know you can't either. I must get better, and I will. For us both, starting today, I love you again I'm so sorry, so sorry. I love you and feel so bad for letting you down. Yours. Did I read that right?
You did.
And let's pull up Exhibit 245 one more time, which has been admitted into evidence this morning, Your Honor.
With the ID, which is ID identification.
Mr. Depp, I know that we've seen this before this
Mhm.
morning, but your email that I just read to you to Ms. Hurd, or your text, was from May 25th, 2014. 5 days later, you text your good friend Paul Bettany, and you tell him that you had drank all night before you picked up Amber to fly to LA. You tell him that you had had no food for days, powders, which is cocaine, right? Powders is cocaine, right?
Sure.
Yeah. Half a bottle of whiskey, 1,000 Red Bull and vodkas, pills, 2 bottles of Champers on plane, and then you write, what do you get? An angry, aggro engine in a fucking blackout, screaming obscenities and insulting any fuck who got near. I'm done. I am admittedly too fucked in the head to spray my rage at the one I love.
I
For
see
little
that.
reason as well.
Mm.
I'm too old to be that guy, but pills are fine. Did I read that right?
You did.
Now, the 2 bottles, you can leave that up. The 2 bottles of champagne on the plane, that was about, when you wrote 2 bottles of champagne on the plane, that was about the plane ride from Boston to LA, correct?
Yes, it comes just after 1,000 cans of Red Bull.
And at least parts of that plane flight, you were in a blackout, right?
There's
There's no reason you tell Paul Bettany that you were in a blackout if it wasn't true, correct?
there are again, when I write something, when I write a text, especially if I'm in a particularly impassioned place, it's a canvas, it's a painting.
Right.
You
And
choose your
appreciate
colors.
that. That wasn't my question, sir. My question was very simple.
Okay.
Would you agree that at least on parts of that plane flight, you were in a blackout?
No, I wouldn't agree that I was in a blackout. I
Okay,
would
let's
say
look
there's
at
a
page
difference between a
333 of your-
blackout and when you're on opiates.
Let's look at page 333 of your transcript.
333.
This is day 2. This is from the UK trial.
Yes, we seem to be there a lot.
Your Honor, may we approach, please?
Okay.
He said the text message is like a canvas, like an art. It kind of makes sense when you hear Marilyn Manson text back between Johnny Depp, how they use the text platform. That's why I said earlier in my comments, my text game is weak compared to the way Johnny Depp would text with his friends. You can tell that they took time in preparing these
Do you see
text
that page,
messages.
Mr. Depp?
333, yes, I do.
Okay. And you see on line 8, you were asked a question, but parts of that flight are blacked out. Answer, apparently, but yes, apparently that is what I am saying to Mr. Bettany. Question, yes. Is there any reason why you would say that to Mr. Bettany if it were not true? Answer, probably not. Did I read that right?
You did.
And you would agree that on that flight, you were very drunk and that you had taken drugs either before or during the flight, correct?
I know that I knew that I was going to have a very ugly, I was going to end up with a very ugly situation with Amber. So
Mr.
I
Depp,
doubled up
with respect,
the,
trying to respect the court's time and the jury's time, that was not my question. My question
I
was simply,
understand when
you
you
would
take 5
agree,
minutes to look for a
you would agree,
document.
you would agree that on that flight, you were very drunk and you had taken drugs either before or during or both.
I
Correct.
Catching compound.
All right, sustain.
You would agree that you were very drunk on that flight, correct?
I do not agree that I was very drunk on that flight.
And you would agree that you had taken drugs either before or during that flight, correct?
I had taken a double dose of the roxycodone, which is different than a blackout.
But you don't agree that you were very drunk.
I don't recall drinking a whole, you don't need to drink a whole lot when you're on those things. You don't have time.
You just testified you weren't drunk on the flight, okay?
I don't recall being drunk. No.
All right, let's look at page 335 of your UK testimony.
Okay, Mr. Rodden. Where would you like to start?
Line 11, please. You were asked a question. I want to make sure it is quite clear what you were saying about the Boston plane incident. You were very drunk. You had taken drugs either before or during or both. Do you agree with that? Answer, sure. For the purposes of getting through this, let's say yes. Everything you have said, I agree. Did
Yes,
I read that right?
You did. I was caving in from.
That's
I know
my
you
question
don't.
was simply, did I read that correctly,
yes,
Mr. Depp?
I understand.
Now, can we pull up Exhibit 243, please? Actually, you know what? Let's go to Exhibit 221. Your Honor, this is a recording, and I'd be happy to read. We're going to play three excerpts from it.
Okay, and there's no objections to the entire audio recording coming in, is that correct?
May we approach? I would just like to know what it is first.
Okay.
Not prepared at all. I have a question for the chat. Why is the UK testimony admissible at all? Erica said, this called you done pissed me off. LOL, this kid. Look, why is a UK testimony admissible at all? It reminds me of the Kyle Rittenhouse case. If you guys go back and check out my playlist on Kyle Rittenhouse, the Kyle the Kenosha kid, the judge was very specific. And even in George Zimmerman, in any of the cases where there's a white man involved, the judge is very specific in particular that this case is about the events of the day. They could not bring in anything prior about Kyle Rittenhouse. Oh, Kyle went to a bar. The judge said the bar don't got shit to do with what happened that night. Oh, Kyle Rittenhouse had a fight in high school. That don't got shit to do with what happened that night. Why is this case in another country admissible in America court?
The audio through 1 minute, just the first full minute, and then 2:50 through 3:20, 2 minutes and 50 seconds through 3:20, and then 9:30 through 10 minutes.
All right.
please.
So 221 is entirety in evidence, but you play those excerpts. Got it.
That's your voice making those moaning sounds. Sound like an animal in pain, right, Mr. Depp?
That's exactly what I said before. Yes, that is sounds like a pained animal, and
Let's
it
go to
is my voice.
250, please. And then let's go play 930, please.
No. I'll stay with this fucking idiot in case she gets sick.
Mr. Depp, do you know who the male voice is who at around 9:41 says, "No, I'm going to stay with this fucking idiot in case he gets sick"? You know whose voice that
Oh,
was?
I didn't hear those words,
Okay.
but
All right.
yes, that's Jerry Judge. If you wanted me to answer that.
That was Jerry Judge's voice. Okay.
Yeah.
So you finish this flight. You send the text that we've seen to Amber. You send the text to Paul Bettany, and at some point after this, you decide that you want to go to detox. And you went to detox. You testified a little bit about it yesterday in August of 2014 in the Bahamas, correct?
The recording of the pain noises is not from that flight, sir.
Not my question. My question is, you went to detox in August 2014, right?
Don't recall exactly.
And you were there on the island with.
Oh, on the island, yes,
Yeah,
of course.
you were there on the island with Amber and Debbie Lloyd and Dr. Kipper, correct?
That's correct, yes.
You and Amber were on one side of the island, right?
Yes,
And Amber was effectively dedicating herself to your well-being during this detox process, correct?
you could describe it as that, as at the beginning, yes, certainly.
She was trying to help you get through it, right?
One would think.
And as far as you know, she's never been in any sort of detox in her life, right? Certainly not when you were together, correct?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. And we all heard your testimony yesterday. Detox, it sounds painful. It sounds tough. Fair?
Yes, that's.
And you testified yesterday about her not giving you medications at a certain time, but you, sir, have no personal knowledge of whether or when Amber had been in touch with Dr. Kipper or Debbie Lloyd about when to give you medicine, correct?
I
You have no
remember.
personal knowledge of that.
Yes, I do. I remember Amber calling them on the radio, and when I was complaining that I needed the meds when I was in agony and went to the shower, she called them up because she had said that I was in a manic state or it was in some mania, and they came up there.
Okay. And sometime after detox, fair. And you said that they came up there. But my point to you is you have no personal knowledge of what Dr. Kipper or Debbie Lloyd communicated to Amber about whether and when to give you medicines. You weren't part of those communications, correct?
Sure, I was. I was there during those discussions.
Right,
There were times sort of written down, but you know, the golden rule essentially is if the patient is in an uncomfortable or dangerous, potentially dangerous state, which would lead to seizures, medication should be distributed. That's what I remember, even though if it was supposed to be delivered at 4 p.m. and it was 3:15 or 3:30,
According to you, that's what you recall the golden rule was, right?
yes, I
Okay.
mean, that's what doctors and patients.
And
Do that.
after sometime after detox, you texted Amber and you said, "Thank you so much for getting me fucking clean, baby." Right? Remember that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And you, actually, let's pull up. You didn't just express your thanks to Amber, you expressed it to other people as well, what Amber had done for you, correct? Let's pull up plaintiff's exhibit 120, page 41, please. This is plaintiff's exhibit, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Is this a screen thing or am I searching for something?
This is a screen thing.
Okay, thank you.
Screen thing that we have to rotate. And the only question I have for you is the question on the top of the page,
Yes.
sent on August 19th, 2014, from you to Paige. Now, Paige is Amber's mom, right?
That's correct.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of just this page of this exhibit with just that text and the identifiers redacted.
Which page of this exhibit is it?
I'm sorry?
Which page of the exhibit is
It's
it?
at page 41,
Page 41. So
or it's listed as exhibit 120_0041.
120, let's make it A, page 41. Is that one?
That sounds good, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, Page 41. And do we want it redacted? Or
So just to be clear, if it's just the top
Just the top
text
text,
message and the identifiers are removed, we have no objection.
Okay, so we
Yep.
redact that way?
Thank you, Your Honor.
And just that page, yes.
And just
Yeah, sure.
Page 41. Okay, all right, so 120A in evidence as redacted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Yes, yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Depp, this is in this text that you send to Paige Heard, Amber's mom, on August 19th, 2014. You say the following, and I understand that you gave certain testimony yesterday about what you perceive Ms. Heard's role in your detox to be, but on this date, you sent this text to Ms. Heard, to Paige Heard, and you say, "I couldn't have made it without her. I would have gone for a swim and swallowed a big drink of ocean without her, to be honest. It was a hell of my own doing, and your little girl walked through with me step by step. I know you're already proud of her, but if you'd have seen her in action, amazing. It was an exercise of monumental patience and instinct. I wouldn't be alive, sweetheart. There were more than a few times when I thought it would be more simple to take that route. It was Amber and Amber only that got me through this, and it was not easy. Thank you for her first. And thank you and that sweet fucker David for all of your words of support. I'm through the other side now, I think. I hope. All this boys love, your son Outlaw. Did I read that right?
You did, sir.
You can take that down. Thank you. Now, you flew, you got married to Amber on early February 3rd, 2015.
Apparently,
Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. You remember the year today? 2015, right?
That sounds about right.
Okay. And a week after your wedding, you left for Australia to start the process of shooting the 5th Pirates of the Caribbean movie, right?
That sounds about right, yes.
And Amber was filming in London at the time. She left directly from the wedding to fly to London to film London Fields with Billy Bob Thornton, right?
That's correct.
And the plan was that she was going to fly out from London to Australia directly to join you for the filming of Pirates 5, right?
At some point, yes.
And she was going to stay in that house with you for the duration of the filming, correct?
I don't know that it was the duration, but sure.
Okay. And you testified on Tuesday, I guess, that when you went there in February of 2015, you'd been off of alcohol for 18 months. You testified to that. Remember giving that testimony?
Yes.
That's just nonsense, right? We've already looked at
Thank you.
May 2014, you were drunk on that plane, and you've admitted to that. So that's not 18 months before. So that testimony that you gave when you said you had been sober for 18 months before you arrived in February of
Objection, Your
2015
Honor.
was not true, correct?
What's the objection?
May we approach?
Your Honor, I mean,
What's the objection?
He's testifying, Your Honor.
It's a compound. Could you just do maybe one question? Let's do that.
Mr. Depp, you had not been sober off of alcohol for 18 months before you went to Australia in February 2015, correct?
It's possible that it was not 18 months. Maybe it was 17. Maybe it was 16. Maybe.
It was actually a lot less than that because at a minimum, you were drunk on that plane flight from Boston to Los Angeles in May of 2014.
That's incorrect, sir. I said that I had a glass of champagne and I had taken a double dose of the narcotics, of the opiates. That's a very different thing from being drunk.
Okay, and a very different thing from what you texted Paul Bettany, correct?
Again.
Okay, so the Boston flight was in May 2014. You go to Australia in February of 2015, having testified that you were off of alcohol for 18 months. Now, when you went to Australia in February of 2015, you also lied to the cast insurance company that was insuring you for Pirates 5, didn't you?
After she cut my finger off?
No, well, that's your account of it, sir. Before you went to Australia, let's do it this way. Let's pull up Exhibit 500, please.
500?
500, Defense Exhibit 500.
Yes, I'd like to see who I lied to.
Mr. Depp, you see this as it's called a cast insurance medical certificate, correct?
Yes, I see that, yes.
Okay. And it's dated, this is in, I believe it's in not the way we do dates in the US, because you can see on the lower left column, examinee's start date of filming 16/2/2015. So that means February 16th, 2015, correct?
Correct.
Your
And
Honor,
the date of the exam,
before we go any further, we'd ask to be able to see this entire document.
I'm just asking about the top of it. I'm happy if we want, there's specific parts I'm going to ask him about, but if they want to scroll through it, that's fine.
It's unclear whether Mr. Depp has ever even seen this, so we just appreciate the courtesy of being able to see the entire document.
That's fine, Your Honor. I mean,
All
I'm going to direct him to certain parts of it, but that's fine if they want to. I'm just trying to move things along here.
I understand.
I'm sorry?
I have a hard copy if you'd like to look at that.
They'd like to see page 3.
If I may approach, Your Honor, that would be. It's,
What, I'm confused. What,
they just scrolled to the last page, so we can just view it here. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, sorry. I appreciate that.
go ahead, Mr. Rottenborn. Your question?
Yes, I do. Mr. Depp, this is your signature on the page of the document being displayed here, correct?
That is
And it's dated February 11th, 2015.
correct.
Your Honor, with the understanding that if the exhibit for the court will have to redact signatures, I'd move for admission of this document and permission to publish.
Any objection?
Your Honor, may have some medical information, so at this time, we'd like an opportunity to ensure. This is an insurance form with medical information. I just want to make sure we're not publishing anything that shouldn't be.
Your Honor's made clear that anything that comes into evidence in this case will be published to the jury, whether it's
Well, there may be
confidential or not.
irrelevant medical information that Your Honor has already ruled is not admissible.
Approach, please come here.
And then okay. And then can you scroll down, Michelle? scroll down again. Okay. Your Honor, these redactions were on here before we, I'm told before we got the document, so no issue there. And then we would propose to just redact the, if you go up one page, I don't, that's the proposed redaction. And if you want us to redact the first three lines, M, N, and 2, that's fine too. Why don't you go ahead and redact those, Michelle?
That's fine with those redactions.
I'm just trying to move this along as quickly as we can, Your Honor.
All right,
All right.
500 in evidence with the redactions. We have agreed redactions. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. So we looked at your signature, Mr. Depp. If scroll down, please, Michelle, 2 more pages. There's your signature. And then this is it's an insurance form for your, that the studio, Disney, took out for your, for you filming Pirates 5, correct?
I guess so, yes.
Okay. And you see the role here, it's listed as Captain Jack Sparrow, Johnny Depp, coverage status, full coverage, effective date, February 11th, 2015, right?
I see that.
And you're aware it's not uncommon for studios to want to insure actors that are playing in a movie in case something happens, right?
It's happened
It's
for
common.
30 plus years for me.
Correct. So if you can scroll up, please. And in order to do that, you have to provide certain information to see if you're insurable, right?
Correct.
Okay. And in this document, which you signed, dated, I believe, February 11th, you were asked the question, are you currently using, or in the last 12 months, have you used any of the following? Michelle, let's unredact the, well, there's section B is illegal substances, whether prescribed by a physician or not. And you check the box to the right. Michelle, is there a way to unredact the headers in that column so we can see which one is yes and which one is no? Thank you. So, Mr. Depp, when you were asked the question in this CAST insurance form, are you currently using, or in the last 12 months, have you used any of the following? You say yes, that you've used some prescription drugs. And when in the question that says illegal substances, whether prescribed by a physician or not, you check no, correct?
Yes, sir.
At around this time when you can take that down, thank you. At around this time when you flew to Australia in February of 2015, you were starting to feel depressed about your role in Pirates and your acting legacy generally, correct? Well, let's do it this way. Let's put up Exhibit 350, please.
Well, we go ahead and take our lunch. break
Sure.
at
Thank you,
this
Your Honor.
time, okay? All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our lunch break. Go to 2:10, okay? So don't talk to anybody, don't discuss the case, and don't do the outside research, and we'll see you back at 2:10, okay? We'll take a recess till 2:10. All right, thank you.
210.
Sure, that's
If we could
fine.
approach.
Okay.
What the queens got on it, man? They look for sugar daddies. That's so factual, actual, factual, actual, actual, factual. Deborah, let's go back over the queens. Let's go back over the queen. Tina said, Amber can't stand him, probably never could. Facts. I've been in that relationship. She tolerated him for money for as long as she could. That's why she hit him with that bottle. Nobody probably told her sister and best friend he disgusted her. She did. Hey, Tina, did you know the bottle happened in the first month of their marriage? They were only together for 2 years. They got married in 2015, divorced in 2016. The bottle incident happened in Australia when he was filming Pirates of the Caribbean 5 during the first month. He stayed married to her. He had 3 surgeries from that finger. He caught MRSA and staph. That's where the pill addiction comes from. A lot of people have bad injuries and the doctor gives you pills, right? He severed the finger. They had 3 surgeries to attach it. That's where the pill addiction came from. Yeah, and he stayed with her. Yeah, Tina on the road today. That's why I gave her ass a tardy slip for coming in late. Don't be coming up in this piece late. And then she said, Erica, most young ladies think that audacity of an older man approaching them until they find out he got money, right? Exactly. She was married to a woman before. Yesterday I said that Amber had a wife. She was married to a woman before. No judgment. He was a mark, someone said in the chat the other day. I agree with you, Tina. She couldn't hide it any longer. She was not even attracted to men. But that's why she had those women move in. She had those butterflies. She had her sister and her best friend all surrounding her. And when she wanted to pull the trigger, she locked Johnny off the top floor. She locked Johnny out of all 5 of those penthouses. They'd only been knowing each other for months. I don't know, because nowadays these young girls look for sugar daddies. They do. Trust me. You see this gray hair? They be trying to get your boy. That's why I don't even wear my wedding ring. My wife bought me a nice ass wedding ring. It's gold with diamonds and shit. I thought the wedding ring would keep women away. The wedding ring is worse, especially it's a nice wedding ring, right? It's diamonds and gold, so women like, oh, somebody got, you know what I'm saying? They look at the quality of the ring too. Y'all going in the chat. You would never hit a person you love with nothing. She did. Think about what we said about with the think about how we describe Jada. The malignant narcissist doesn't have the ability to love, right? She's toxic. She's malignant. She's a malignant narcissist with the inability to love or have emotion. She suffered from a personality disorder. Johnny Depp would have been able to see it, but he was like leaving in Loathing Las Vegas. He was drowning in alcohol and cocaine. He knew she was a monster, but he could not identify it until he got clean. When he got clean, now he's doing what a sober mind does. He's filing a defamation lawsuit. But while with Amber, he was engulfed in drugs and alcohol. He should have been able to see her for the monster that she was. I bet you and recollect, as he said, she had a wife. As this testimony goes on, he's probably realizing right now, wow, I was really fucked up during the time I was with this woman. I was in an alleviated drunken state for that entire time, which is how and why she took advantage of me. But for some reason, Johnny is the is seen as the perpetrator when he's the actual victim. He's been victimized by drugs. He's been victimized by alcohol. He's victimized himself. Tracy said that's why he was mad. That's why she was mad at Johnny for telling that one girl, take your hand off my girl. She wanted that girl. Ooh. It's like with Jada Pinkett and Will Smith when Will Smith said, don't keep my wife's name at your mouth. And Jada looked at Will like, you got remarried? Who are you talking to? Who? What? Like Jada was like, who are you talking about? Because I'm not your wife. I don't love you. I'm in love with August. I slept with him this morning. So Jada was surprised like everybody else. That's why she laughed. Jada was surprised. After everything I put this man through, he got up on stage, slapped his friend, and he's screaming out profanity. What did Jada say the next day? I wish he wouldn't have did that. Why? Because I don't love him.
All right, thank you.
Don't don't go
Right, your next
crash
question.
out for me. I don't love you. Why would you do that? You know I don't love you. Jada was just a surprise. No, this is a personality. This person's broken. She don't have the ability to love.
Afternoon.
She's going to come out with her woman after this is over. Yep,
Michelle,
most likely the
please
woman
pull
been
up
around
that
the whole
exhibit
time.
175, please.
Yes.
Attendance exhibit.
It was only a year. They was only a year, 2015, 2016. It was not that long. This was not 10 years. It was 10 years ago, but they were only together for 1 year. Months. It was months. She, like you guys said, she couldn't
An
hang.
email exchange you had with Bruce Witkin on June 6th, June 7th, 2013.
It's June 7th, 2013.
Okay. And if you scroll down to the bottom, that I'm not going to read it aloud, but that email address is your email address. Is that right? That
I don't. Oh, yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. So this email is an email that you sent to Mr. Witkin on June 6th, 2013 at 7:05 a.m., the one that starts with seriously be woozy. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And Bruce Witkin was a longtime friend of yours, right?
Yes, sir. Quite a long time.
You met in Florida many years ago, right?
Yes.
And then he lived in Los Angeles, and you all were very close friends until a few years ago, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, permission to publish or I'd move for admission of this and permission to publish with the email addresses redacted. And if they want me to redact Mr. Witkin's responses, that's fine.
We have no objection to that, Your Honor, and I don't think we need to have Mr. Witkin's response redacted.
All right, so you just want to have just the identifiers redacted and that's all?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, if we could do that. All right.
Okay, now I know this is a few years before Australia in 2015, which we stopped with right before lunch. But I want to just, if you can scroll down, Michelle, please, to the paragraph that starts, brain is on full tilt. Maybe just blow up the first couple sentences there. Okay, yeah, perfect. So in this email to Mr. Witkin in June of 2013, you write to him, brain is on full tilt. The circus never stops. Feel physically fucked constantly. I'm wired up so tight that I'm barely able to deal with people on any level that is remotely enjoyable. See that? Did I read that right?
Yes, I see. Yeah.
Now, Michelle, can you please pull up Exhibit 350, Defendant's Exhibit 350? This is a text exchange that you had with Stephen Duders, your personal assistant, on March 6th, 2015. So we fast forwarded a couple years. Do you see that?
Is that 1628? Is that the third one down?
Yeah, yes, sir. 1628. Third one down. And this is a text that you sent to Mr. Duders on March 6th, 2015?
Sorry, just reading it. Yes,
And by this point, you had been in Australia since about the week after your wedding, right? So for 3 weeks or so? Is that about right?
seems right, yes.
Okay. And Amber didn't arrive until around this time, correct? Beginning of March?
Yes, I recall that Amber arrived around 6th, 7th.
The 6th or 7th of March, right? Okay. So you'd been outside of her presence for the last 3 or 4 weeks prior to this, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Can you, Your Honor, I would move for admission of Defendant's Exhibit 350 with identifiers redacted.
Your Honor, we would ask that the top email to Mr. Holmes and the last email from Mr. Duders be
So
redacted.
just the two in the middle?
Yes.
Sure.
that
And
were
honestly,
Mr.
Your Honor, then if we're going to do that, we can just redact the, actually, we can redact the second one too. So we just do the third.
Your Honor, we believe that's necessary for context.
Okay, for context, sorry, so just get rid of the
Okay.
first one and the last one and the identifiers. So it should be the two middle texts.
Thank you. If you could just,
350 in evidence as redacted. Okay, go ahead.
thank you, Your Honor. Michelle, if you could blow up the email starting with honestly. So this is an email. You've been in pre-production and shooting in Pirates 5 for the last couple of weeks, correct? By March 6, 2015.
What was the question, sorry?
By March 6, 2015, you'd been in pre-production and shooting for Pirates 5 for a couple of weeks in Australia, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So your email to him, to Mr. Duders, your personal assistant, reads, honestly, I will not again be doing anything that involves the discussion of furthering my embarrassment of having whored for all these fucking wasted pieces of shit, nothing, years on characters that I so ignorantly started to think of as my legacy. Every cunting fight, every fucking time, I held my ugliness and rage deeper down and get in check when there was still room in my head to do such a thing. Did I read that right?
You did.
And that's what you're writing to Mr. Duders, having been on the set of Pirates 5 for a couple of weeks, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
The screenplay that I received was not up to snuff, I felt. And so that was part of this, was my anger was that the screenplay was very lazily written and I had to do a lot of rewriting.
And with you in Australia, I think we covered this, was Debbie Lloyd. You testified to that before lunch, right? Debbie Lloyd was your sobriety nurse, she's supposed to help you stay sober, correct?
She was there to give me meds and
Right. The fact is,
stay on the path.
the fact is, Mr. Depp, you had been using a fair amount of drugs during those 3 or 4 week period before Miss Heard arrived in Australia, hadn't you?
Marijuana was what I was using.
And not just that, other drugs too, correct?
No, not that I recall, no.
Okay. Let's take a look at Exhibit 346, please. Okay. This is a text message exchange between you and Nathan Holmes on February 25th, 2015. Correct?
That's correct.
Mr. Holmes was another one of your personal assistants, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
He and Stephen Deuters were kind of the two main personal assistants during this period of time, right?
That's correct.
And at the top of the page, the second one down, do you see where Mr. Holmes tells you
Objection, hearsay.
that he just testified that he was only using marijuana, and this is clearly impeachment to that, Your Honor?
This is Mr. Holmes'
Well,
words.
we're gonna go text by text, and before I ask for permission to publish and for motion for admission, we'll go through it. But
I'll sustain as Mr. Holmes. So.
Okay, Mr. Depp, why don't you take a moment to read this text from the top down,
Thank you.
please?
Asked and answered. Asked and answered. He answered, I was only taking marijuana. The judge is giving this lawyer too much liberty. He is violating Johnny Depp's constitutional rights. He has a right to not impeach himself. You cannot force a citizen to do these things simply because this little... I'm about to start cussing Amber Heard out. I've been kind. I've been polite. My queens is in the chat. I have not called Amber Heard out of her name, but this is going too far because it sets precedent for how other men will be treated in court. Why is the UK testimony admissible? Is America and UK the same country? They talk about the UK as if it's Kansas.
Okay. So, Mr. Depp, does this refresh your recollection that, in fact, you weren't doing just marijuana in late February 2015? In fact, you were doing cocaine that Nathan Holmes was supplying to you.
In fact, there's nothing in there that says I've been doing cocaine.
Does this refresh your recollection, Mr. Depp, that you were given cocaine by Nathan Holmes in late February 2015?
Even if I were given cocaine by Nathan Holmes, there's nothing here that says I was doing the cocaine.
And Nathan Holmes was upset, or you understood that Nathan Holmes thought that you might be upset with him for taking some of your cocaine. Isn't that right?
I think
Objection, Your
that's,
Honor, hearsay and speculation.
excuse me.
I said, what was his understanding?
I'll sustain as a speculation. Next question.
Okay. And in fact, Mr. Depp, you also were going to see Marilyn Manson in Australia around this time, correct?
Correct. He was coming to play a show in Melbourne.
Okay. Your Honor, I would move for admission of this document with the following text messages. We can redact whatever else they want, although I think, well, the ones that of the witness's own words that I'd like to show are 80039, 80041, 80086. Those are all words from Mr. Depp. I have a highlighted copy if you'd like me to approach.
Yeah, we have no objection as long as everything else is
I just
redacted.
want to look at his highlighted copy and make sure that's.
Oops, I touched the screen horribly.
No, that was
Pardon me.
you. It's okay. You're good.
All set.
Okay. So no objection to the redactions? To-
No objection to
346
admitting those with
with
redactions, yes.
Okay, thank you. Get those redactions. All right, 346 in evidence with the redactions. You can publish it.
So you can see these texts were sent on February 26th and February 27th, 2015. And if you scroll over, Michelle, and can you just blow up the text portion of it? You text Mr. Holmes, your personal assistant, have you heard from Manson's Ryan? Now, Ryan was Marilyn Manson's personal assistant, or he worked for him. That's what you understood, correct?
At the time, yes.
Okay. And then you say, yes, and of course, yes, please, and you will pay Ryan for it. 2 exclamation points, 2 question marks. And then you write, disappearer, we should have more happy pills. 3 exclamation points, 2 question marks. Can you, followed by 3 exclamation points. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Okay. Can you take that down and please pull up
Although
Exhibit
there were question marks
349?
instead of exclamation points.
And Mr. Depp, this text exchange that I'm going to ask you about is from just 2 days later, after February 26th. On February 28th, it's the last 2 on the page. February 28th, 2015, there's a text from you to Mr. Duders.
I would object to the, as hearsay with respect to the text from Mr. Duders.
That's fine.
Okay, you're just, so you're.
So just the second to last one is all we would seek to admit.
Okay, if we could do the redactions for just that.
Yes, Your Honor, and we'll happy to redact Mr. Duders' response.
Okay. All right, so 349 in evidence with redactions. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. So in this text message, Mr. Depp sent on February 28th, 2015, you send Mr. Duders an email. And if you'll remember, what we had just looked at was you reaching out to Mr. Holmes, asking if he had heard from Manson's assistant, Ryan, and then saying yes, and yes, and yes, of course, please pay Ryan for it, and then asking for more happy pills. And in this text message, you say, yay, hello, Master D. I say, I do believe that Ryan, parentheses, Munson's, gave you a wee baggage for me. Where does it reside? X. Did I read that right?
You continue to read them right, yes.
And the where it says Munson's, that's a typo and should have said Manson's, correct?
It's a nickname.
Okay. You can take that down. Thank you. So we've gone from February 26th to February 28th. I'd now like to fast forward to March 2nd of that year, 2015. Can you please pull up Exhibit 353? Your Honor, I've, well, let's do it this way. Mr. Depp, these are text messages back and forth from you to your other personal assistant, Nathan Holmes, in March of 2015, correct?
Appears to be, yes, yes.
Your Honor, I know that the whole thing is going to draw an objection, but I would like to move to admit Mr. Depp's texts, which I have here highlighted, and I think we can redact pretty quickly through this document. And I'm happy to have them highlighted if you'd like me to approach.
Well,
and-
if you could just
Sure.
show it to counsel, the highlighted portions. Is this a one-page document or?
It's actually three.
Three-page?
And we may not do all of them now, but I think it's
Okay.
easier to just.
You know, Tina, Tracy, he not only loved Amber, he stated that he had never been loved like that before. Amber played into his trauma. If you remember, he said, when I came home from work, she would take my boots off. They call it the love bombing phase. Anybody studied narcissistic relationships? Anybody read any of the books that Rod L has talked
We have
about?
no objection with just admitting Mr. Depp's
Okay, so
messages.
353 with the redactions.
They call it the love bombing phase.
So just indulge us for a minute. I think we can get all that done. Thank you.
Okay.
They call it the love bombing phase, right? The love bombing phase always occurs right before the what? The discard. Johnny Depp has been in emotional trauma because he had never been loved by his mother or father. His first wife was aloof and did not love him. So when Amber Heard figured out his abuse, right? Figured out his triggers and trauma, she provided something for him that she knew, just like a pimp. Amber Heard pimped Johnny. Are y'all listening? Amber Heard pimped him. A pimp will have intimate. Why does a pimp not have sex? A pimp is not interested in having sex with the woman he wants to manipulate because the pimp wants to know intimate details about the woman in order to be able to move her like a puppet, right? And if you have sex soon, then the woman will take longer to open up to you. But you withhold sex and you build a trust and a friendship, and then you learn intimate details about the woman that you
Yes,
can
Your
use
Honor.
against.
Assuming that
Amber
Mr.
Heard
Myers agrees with
at pimp
our
Johnny
redactions.
Depp. In narcissistic relationships, it's called the love bombing phase. In the love bombing phase, everything is all perfect and hunky-dory, and it's everything you always wanted. Johnny Depp talked about her taking off the boots, never being loved like this.
Can you please go to the first page?
The love bombing always occurs before the discard. This is the modus operandi of a narcissist. If you listen, this happened throughout the relationship.
March 2nd.
It happened throughout the relationship,
And
this love bombing,
on March
to where
2nd,
Johnny would.
a few days before Miss Heard arrives in Australia, you text Nathan Holmes, and this is going to take a little bit just to kind of get through this. So appreciate the court and the jury's patience here. But you text him on number 73 and you say, "No, you're not. Why? That is not a part of the job description. And I'm telling you now, any one of any of you guys start to lecture me, I just do not want to hear it. No stupid bullshit about sappy bollocks. I am a grown fucking man and I will not be judged." Did I read that right?
You did.
Keep going, please. "And I will never, ever live in this world cage any longer. I'll do whatever I damn well please. Okay." Did I read that right?
You did.
Then if we go on to the next page, please. You continue and say, "I don't want to depend on others for things like that. I'm not unhappy. I am insane." Big difference. Did I read that right?
You did.
"No system." Then you say, "I don't want to risk it for you or anyone. So I can get what I need. Also, may I be ecstatic again? Helps. Color me deceased." By ecstatic, you're referring to taking ecstasy, correct?
It's very likely Before Ms. Heard arrived, she had asked me to score either MDMA or ecstasy tablets before her arrival.
Okay. So once again, Ms. Heard's at fault for these texts.
I'm not blaming her for the text. I'm just stating the facts.
Okay. Well, let's talk about those facts. So
Okay.
Ms. Heard arrives in March in 2015. You can go ahead and actually, you know what? Let's go down one, Michelle, because we're going to fast forward a few days and we're going to come back to this. Actually, just one day. This is when you text Mr. I don't even remember if it was Holmes or Deuters at this point. Mr. Holmes, correct? And you text him and you say,
This is
yeah,
on
Mr.
the
Holmes.
7th.
Yeah, so
Yes.
we fast forwarded another couple of days, I guess, 5 days. And you say, need more Whitey stuff ASAP, brother man, and the e-business, please. I'm in bad shape. Say nothing to nobody. Did I read that right?
You did, sir.
Okay. And I wanted to take a look at that, Mr. Depp, because you just testified that Ms. Heard was the one who wanted ecstasy. But in fact, when you sent this text on March 7th, 2015, this was right after you cut your finger off.
No,
And right after you told the doctor that you cut your finger off, you were asking for cocaine and ecstasy. That's entirely possible, correct?
I'm not sure that you have the date correct about when my finger was chopped off.
Okay. Okay, let's take a look.
I'm pretty
We're
sure
gonna
that
take
the
a look.
date was the 8th.
Now, Mr. Depp, you remember testifying, let's put it this way. Sometimes these texts, the dates of the text messages, you would agree that they're obviously Australia's 12 hours different from this part of the world, correct? Or something like that.
Something like that. Sure, I'll agree with you on that.
So the date stamps and time stamps that are reflected on these texts may be reflecting a different time than when they were actually sent.
Objection foundation calls for speculation.
You'd agree with that, right?
No, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Okay. Well, then let's do this. So is it your testimony that right after you cut your finger off, that you, or right after, I won't give you anything to argue with me yet. Right after you sustained an injury to your finger,
Sorry.
right after you sustained an injury to your finger, is it your testimony that you did not ask for cocaine and ecstasy right after you told the doctor about your finger injury? Is that your testimony?
Regardless of what date you believe works within the world time zone, I don't believe that someone who has gone through opiate dependency, who has lost the ability to produce dopamine and serotonin in their own body, because that's what the opiate does. Your body no longer needs to make the dopamine or the serotonin. The dopamine and serotonin, as you know, I imagine, are things that keep us it gives us our moods. It gives us.
I appreciate that, but my question wasn't that. My question was,
I'm just trying
right
to
after
school
you told the
on-
doctor about your finger injury, you were asking for coke. It's entirely possible that you were asking for cocaine and ecstasy.
Objection
Yes
calls
or
for
no?
speculation.
No, I'll allow that question, answer it.
Clearly, need more Whitey stuff. Yes, it's a reference to cocaine, but that doesn't, there's nothing here that says that I ingested the drug.
Not saying there is, but you were asking for more cocaine and you were asking for more ecstasy, correct?
I wasn't asking for more ecstasy. I was asking for ecstasy because that was what was requested by Ms. Hurd.
Let's take a look at the UK transcript day 3. Permission to approach with that,
All right.
Your Honor?
Day 3.
Girl behind the mic, I've been yelling at the screen all morning. They keep bringing up a UK lawsuit that Johnny Depp lost. It's not only that the fact that the lawsuit was in the United Kingdom, a whole nother country, a whole nother continent. It's the fact that Johnny Depp lost.
Thank you.
How is it admissible in court? The pre-trial is going to probably be the most interesting
Exactly,
thing, and we don't get to see
I'm
pre-trial
gonna ask you to
arguments
turn to
of
page
how and why they
463
brought
and
in the
464.
UK testimony. Only thing Amber Heard's attorneys have brought in is text messages. They have yet to prove Johnny Depp violent. They proved that he has some very disturbing text messages, but not one witness can testify to him being physically violent to anyone besides himself. Johnny Depp is a detriment to himself and himself only. They have not presented one witness to prove that he is physically violent at 52
And
years
on page
old.
463, line 20, you're asked the question, Mr. Depp, what I am asking you about, and I think your barrister, Mr. Sherborne, agrees, the times we have to factor in, it may be we can put in an agreed local Australian time. But what is important, do you see, is the order that you have cut your finger off, and straight away, after telling your doctor that you cut your finger off, you are asking for cocaine and ecstasy. Answer, yes, that is what it. Question, that is what it looks like. Answer, appears to be, and it is entirely possible that I was in the state that I was in. Did I read that right?
Yes, you did. Asking for cocaine.
So we talked about the cocaine and the ecstasy. Let's talk about the altercation that you and Ms. Heard had in Australia. You testified that you were sitting on a bar stool, right? In Australia. This is before.
So you're fast forwarding to the end of of that argument.
Yeah, we've heard your account of the argument, and the jury will hear Ms. Heard's account of the argument. What I want to ask you is some specific questions about you're sitting on a bar stool. You've had 3 or 4, I think you said 3 shots of vodka.
I did 2 or 3 shots of vodka, yes. Yeah.
And you're resting with your hands kind of hanging over the edge like that, right?
Well, after the first bottle whizzed past my head and shattered, as I said, I walked around the bar, grabbed the larger, there was another bottle of vodka, the only one there. The larger bottle, brought it back and poured another shot and did it.
And right, and that was like a what we call a handle of vodka. Is that right?
Well, yeah, it's one of the larger bottles it's got a handle on it. Yes.
Right. And it was full at the time, other than the shot that you poured.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't the full bottle. No.
Okay. And at some point before you claim you sustained an injury to your finger, I believe you demonstrated to the jury yesterday, but you were resting with your 3 fingers, your middle 3 fingers kind of hanging over the edge. Is that fair? Is that right?
Yes, I just had a bottle thrown at me, so when she grabbed the second bottle.
Right. I'm just asking where your fingers were, sir. At that point, your palm was facing down and your 3 middle fingers were hanging over the edge of the bar, correct?
Basically, that's correct.
And Miss Amber was 7 to 10 feet away, correct?
Once she walked, yes. Once she grabbed the bottle, yes.
Okay. And your testimony, and we've heard it yesterday, but your testimony is that somehow she wound up with this handle of vodka and threw it, and it damaged part of your middle finger. But what we didn't talk about, what I want to ask you about is it didn't, if it happened the way you said, it didn't damage any other part of your hand, correct? No other part of your fingers, none of the other middle fingers that were hanging over the edge of the bar were injured, correct?
Objection compound.
We can take it piece by piece. None of the three fingers that were hanging over the edge of the bar were sustained any injury other than your middle finger. Is correct?
The middle finger certainly took the brunt of it as the tip.
And there's
was cut off.
there's no record of any glass being found in that middle finger. Correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'm
I'll allow it if you can answer it.
I'm not a doctor, and I'm not sure what was found in the middle finger. What I do know is that when I went to the emergency room, that they had to inject me with a block to be able to put it into a bucket and take a wire brush to scrub it all clean, because I had all the makeup still left from Pirates on there. And
Makeup from Pirates. Okay, we'll get to that in a second. But
Okay.
none of the other fingers on your hand were sustained any injury that you're aware of, correct?
no, there were nothing else was severed. No.
Okay. And in fact, it wasn't just makeup from Pirates that was on your hand. It was paint that you had dipped your middle finger into to write, along with blood, to write on mirrors and lamps and assorted furniture in the house, correct?
Objection compound.
All right, I'll sustain as to compound.
It wasn't just makeup. You testified yesterday that it was just makeup from the set of Pirates 5, but in fact, after you sustained an injury to your finger, you dipped it in paint in the house and you wrote in paint mixed with blood all over the place.
Objection compound.
I'll sustain the objection.
You dipped your finger in paint in the house and wrote on objects in the house. correct?
Objection compound.
I'll sustain the objection.
You dipped your finger in paint after suffering an injury.
Yes.
And then you used that finger to write on objects in the house. Yes or
That-
no?
Yes, that was after after writing on the walls, the blood had kind of dried, as it were, and so I stuck my finger into a can of paint and also, excuse me, mineral spirits to put my verbal messages onto the wall.
And you used your finger as a paintbrush, right?
Essentially, yes.
And can we put up Exhibit 369, please? It might be plaintiffs. Let's.
5.0, 5.0. Let's see them fives in the chat, man. Press 5. This lawyer doing too much, man. Press 5, man. Everybody coming in. Welcome for coming in, man. Give me the HBU special. That's the hooker brother up. Make sure you wipe your feet when you come in, man. Hit the like, hit the share, hit the subscribe. Make sure you vote in the
Now,
poll. Thank
Mr.
you for
Depp,
watching.
We're going to take a look at some pictures shortly, but you'd agree with me that there was quite a bit of damage to the house in Australia after this incident, correct?
There was quite a bit of damage to the house during the entire incident. Yes.
And you don't remember the television breaking, do you?
I remember there was I believe there was a coffee cup stuck into the screen, or a plate or something like that.
And you don't remember the window breaking, do you?
I don't remember a window breaking.
But you do remember that there was quite a lot of blood everywhere, including on floors and sofas.
Well, I'd noticed, that's how I'd noticed that I was leaking. There was heat in my finger, and I felt this warmth and this liquid, and then I noticed that the tip of my finger was gone. And at
And-
that point, I think I went into some sort of shock or whatever is closest to a kind of nervous breakdown.
Yeah, you testified that breakdown. It's, you could have also defaced a painting by drawing a penis on it, didn't you?
I've never, I don't know about that. I don't remember drawing
It's-
a penis on a painting.
Given the state you were in, it's entirely possible that you did that, even if you don't remember it to this day, correct?
Drawing a penis on a painting was not the first thing on my mind.
Let's
I
look.
had messages to write, reminders that were from misheard.
But you don't deny that if a painting was defaced with a penis drawn on it, that could have been you, even if you were blacked out and don't remember that, correct?
Objection, speculation.
I'll,
This was no blackout. I know you love the word. It was no blackout. It was shock.
That wasn't my question, Mr. Depp, respectfully. It was, you don't deny that you could have defaced a painting in the manner that I just described.
Well, given that I had written some messages on the bathroom mirror and then misheard, added to them, it's also not impossible that misheard may have drawn a penis on a painting somewhere. That's not where I was going.
Let's take a look at page 451 of your testimony in the UK trial, please.
Yes, sir.
And if you look at page 451, line 21, please. You were asked the question, let me ask you, is defacing a painting something that you are likely to have forgotten? Answer, I recall a painting on a lampshade, on a wall, on a mirror. I remember dunking my finger into paint thinner and using paint when I had run out of blood to paint with, and I could have defaced the painting, I suppose, but I do not remember a painting specifically. Question down below on 452, line 15. So there are parts of this episode that you do not remember at all, because that would be quite a big thing, would it not? Painting a penis on a picture? Answer, it would be quite a big thing. I do not recall. Question, it is not something you would do by accident, is it? You do not accidentally. Answer, no, I would say not. Question, you have no recollection? Answer, I am sorry, I'm not 100% sure that I can say I did that. Did I read that right?
You did read it right, sir. Thank you.
Let's take a look at Exhibit 374, please.
is it Defendant's Exhibit 374?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Mr. Depp, do you recognize this as one of the mirrors that you wrote on with your injured finger in March of 2015?
Yes, I do.
And yesterday you texted, I'm sorry. Thought we've seen a lot of texts today.
It's all right. I did text
Yeah.
someone yesterday.
Yesterday, you testified that you wrote on the mirror, and I don't remember exactly what you said, but you essentially said that you wrote things about your past with Miss Heard, or grievances
Reminders.
that you had with her, correct?
Reminders, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, permission to move this in as an exhibit and ask for permission to publish.
Any objection?
No objection,
All
Your
right,
Honor.
374 in evidence. You can publish.
You could just blow that up a little bit. Is it possible? So on this, which you wrote on with your severed finger, you wrote in some mix of paint or blood, starring Billy Bob and Easy Amber.
Yes, sir.
Miss Heard arrived directly in Australia from filming the film London Fields in England with Billy Bob Thornton, correct?
That's correct.
And you hadn't seen your new bride in 3 or 4 weeks, and she arrives. You're not happy about her filming with Billy Bob Thornton. And so as part of this altercation incident, after your finger is injured, you write starring Billy Bob and Easy Amber on the mirror, correct?
Objection compound.
I'll sustain the objection.
I'll move on.
Okay.
Let's pull up Exhibit 375, please. This is, Mr. Depp, do you recognize this as another mirror on which you wrote with your, in blood and paint after your finger injury in March of 2015?
Yes, sir. That's in the same bathroom.
Okay. Your Honor, move for admission of Exhibit 375 and request permission to publish.
No objection,
All
Your
right,
Honor.
375 in evidence, published.
Okay. Can we please pull up Exhibit 377, please? Mr. Depp, this is a picture of a lampshade that you wrote on after you sustained a finger injury on March 8th, 2015, correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, move for admission of Exhibit 377.
No objection.
All right, 377 in evidence, you can publish.
Permission to publish. And on this lampshade, which appears to be sitting on the ground, you write some mixture of blood or paint. Good luck and be careful at top.
Yes, correct.
Correct?
Yes. I thought it was good advice.
Okay. Now, you have never, and I know Ms. Heard will give her account of this incident later in the trial. Just to be clear, you have never seen Amber inflict harm on herself or on her arms or anything like that, correct?
Objection compound.
Sustain.
You've never seen Amber inflict harm on herself.
That depends on your definition of harm, sir. That's quite a broad word.
Can you please pull up your UK testimony at page 434?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Yes.
I believe he gonna keep
Mr.
doing
Depp, are you there on page 434, line 25?
434, okay. Yes.
And in the UK trial, were you asked this question and did you give this answer? Question, you have never seen her inflict harm on herself, on her arms, or anything like that during the time you were with her? Answer, no, no. Did I read that right?
I don't see it on page 434. Can you?
You got to go to the top of page 435. So sorry if I wasn't clear. Let's go.
Oh, 435, okay.
Yeah, so the bottom of page 34, question, you have never seen her inflict harm on herself, on her arms, or anything like that during the time you were with her. And then the answer at the top of page 435 is no, no. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Thank you. Now, you testified yesterday that when you went to the hospital that you told them that you had injured your finger in an accordion door. You remember giving that testimony?
Yes, I do.
That's actually not true, is it? You actually told the hospital that you had cut it off with a kitchen knife. Isn't that right?
No, that's not true.
Can you pull up exhibit 360, please?
I believe there was one of my team who might have said that to the doctor, but that was not my, those were not my words. At any rate, we were looking to keep Amber's name out of it.
Mr. Depp, I'm not going to move this exhibit into evidence, but do you see the portion where it says, thanks for seeing and treating this patient? You see that? And then right after that, it said, he sustained an injury to his right middle finger tonight after accidentally cutting it with a kitchen knife. You see that?
I do see that.
And there's no mention of an accordion door in that document, is there?
I'll read it if you like, but that was I didn't sign my name to this.
And
that's not my statement to them. I used the accordion door.
You testified yesterday that you told.
Then I can't help.
You testified yesterday that you told Dr. Kipper that Miss Hurd had in fact been responsible for your finger injury. Do you remember giving that testimony?
Yes.
But in fact, in subsequent communications to Dr. Kipper, you referenced more than once that you chopped off your own finger to Dr. Kipper, correct?
I think the key word is chopped off my own finger. When you say to someone, I've chopped my finger off, that's just going straight to the fact. You don't get into, she did this, I did that, that. My finger's been chopped off.
Let's take a look at exhibit 398, please.
Also, girl behind the mic.
I'd like to direct.
How many times have he answered that same question? He's answered the question.
Message number 9.
he's berating the witness.
Message from you to Dr. David Kipper on March 19th, 2015. Do you see that?
I will in a second.
Sure.
94. This is, yes, March 19th, so I was in Los Angeles, yeah.
Right? But it's not just Johnny Depp's lawyers. The judge has accountability. I learned that in the Kyle Rittenhouse case. This is the judge's courtroom. The judge is the king here. The judge is the one who has to keep both parties in check. The judge has to protect Johnny Depp's constitutional right. The judge has been failing Johnny Depp. The judge has failed the law.
Just that text displayed in every identifier redacted.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, if we could do that redactions, please.
Thank you, Your Honor.
It was a pathetic attempt at humor. My apologies.
All right, 398 and evidence as redacted.
Just blow that up if you can a little bit more. Thank you. So in this text message from you to Dr. Kipper on March 19th, 2015, you text him, "My most sincere apologies to you, Doc. I understand your decision based on my immunity to do the right thing, and I truly do thank you for your concern. I must apologize for not having had the presence of mind to respect the man who has been the most kind and who has done more for me than anyone ever. There was no call for my spineless and base behavior toward you. I honestly understand the reasons for your concerns in your letter and can say to you now, they no longer are an issue. Thank you for everything. I have chopped off my left middle finger as a reminder that I should never cut my finger off again. I love you, brother, Johnny." Did I read that right?
You did.
And Ms. Hurd was not on that text message, was she?
No, she was not.
Can you take that down and put up Exhibit 499, please? And I'd like to direct your attention to item 39. The second text down, which is a text message exchange between you and Erin Borum, Dr. Kipper's nurse, on October 31st, 2015. You see that?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, I'd move for admission of this exhibit with just that text message
No objection.
All right, if we could redact it.
and the appropriate redactions. Thank you.
So, Erica, I got the article right here. Oh, man, that's a ill article. We're going to go over that. I don't know when we're going to go over that, but I got the article here. Amber Heard friend gets kicked out of court. What's been going, girl behind the mic, when you see this article, when you guys see the article for why her friend get kicked out of court, this judge,
And in this text message from you to Dr. Kipper's nurse, Erin Borum, in October of 2015, you say, and I'll just try to read the relevant parts, sent huge text to Kipper, no response. He's an odd duck, old Kipper. This is the second time that he's held off giving me meds by blackmailing me into seeing him. The first time I had just chopped my finger off. Oh well, I want off of the majority of the stuff anyway. I guess that's a new way to stop X. Did I read that right?
You did, sir.
And Amber is not on that text exchange, correct?
No, she's not.
I'd like to, if we can pull up Exhibit 343. I believe it's Plaintiff's Exhibit 343. And this is where you tell Amber in a recording that you mentioned the day I chopped my finger off. So let's listen to that, please.
Are you entering in 343 into evidence?
Yeah, I think it's plaintiff's. It's the same one that was played yesterday. I believe that was
Okay,
plaintiff's
sorry,
343.
343 already in evidence.
And Just for the record, which portions are you playing?
Sure.
Okay. Which portion are you playing?
I'm playing 2:02:15 to 2:02:19. Is that right? I don't know if we'll be able to get it exactly right. So there's a second or two on either side, but we'll do
All
our
right.
best.
That's fine.
Do we have the date of this recording? Mr. Rottenborn?
We asked, what's the date of the recording?
I don't know. It's a plaintiff's exhibit. I'm not. I don't know the date of the recording.
Okay.
Oh,
Fight you're talking about, I don't know.
I'm talking about Australia, the day that.
Now we're talking about Australia, okay, yes.
You hear that? And you said the day I chopped my finger off. Let's play it again. Let's
that'd
do it
be
again.
great, thank you.
Fight you're talking about, I don't know.
I'm talking about Australia, the day that.
Now we're talking about Australia, okay.
Are you sure that's
Yeah, let's do it one more time. 'cause
what
you
I'm
actually
saying?
don't.
Or is it the day that I got my finger chopped off?
No, you say the day that I chopped my finger off. So let's play it one more time because I think I left out the word that. It says the day that I chopped my finger off.
Fight you're talking about, I don't know.
I'm talking about Australia, the day that.
Now we're talking about Australia, okay.
I'm not so sure. In fact, earlier you had quoted Jerry Judge from the airplane tape is calling me an asshole. Wait till the asshole falls asleep. And I'm positive that those words never left his mouth because he would have, if I would have been making those noises in the bathroom, he would have ripped the hinges off.
Maybe they left his mouth when you were passed out, sir, respectfully. Let's listen to this
I don't
one more
think he
time.
was,
Objection.
I don't
I'll
think he
sustain
was.
it.
Yeah,
but
move to
argue.
strike.
I'll sustain as argumentative and I'll move to strike. All right. Next question.
You know, just wanted to play this video, this one more time, please.
Fight you're talking about, I don't know.
I'm talking about Australia, the day that.
Now we're talking about Australia, okay, yes.
Okay, we can move on. Let's bring up exhibit 380, please.
380.
This is another recording, Your Honor. I don't know whether it's been admitted into evidence yet.
380. Plaintiff's 380 or defendant's 380?
I believe it's defendants. I left my cheat sheet.
Okay. Thought it was an easy question.
I'm sorry.
Okay. 380.
I had it written down and
All right.
don't have it in front of me.
That's fine. They both 380.
Plaintiff's 380.
Plaintiff's 380. Okay.
Yes.
All right. I don't know if that's in evidence or not. Is plaintiff's 380 in evidence? No. So you're offering 380 before we hear it. Can we put it in evidence?
Yes, Your Honor. I'd move it into evidence, and the portions that I'd like to play are 33:33 through 34:10.
I assume no objections. This is the audio.
As long as this is an audio recording of just Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, we have no objection.
This
but
portion is.
This portion is.
Yes, I
Okay.
believe that there's other portions that involve other people, but as best I'm aware, well, actually, no. May we approach? Because I think.
Are we in a courtroom? Are we in a courtroom? It's like, come on, man. It's like, why is he getting, are we in a courtroom or are we in the classroom? You're not prepared. Can I bring this up? It's not admitted in the court. Can I approach? When is Johnny Depp right? He has constitutional rights. This is way far out. I did not expect this. Maybe it's different because it's a defamation case, but how are all these text messages being brought in? It makes no sense. What is actually really going on in this courtroom? I would like to play something I don't know what I'm about to play. Literally, he stopped because I want to play something in a court of law with the jury right there and $50 million on the line, but I don't know what I want to play. And it got to be redacted, but I don't know what. Oh, I don't know, Judge. Can I approach? Get the fuck out of here. Is this a courtroom of law or fucking a fucking playground? Because he's acting like they're on a fucking playground and it's chalk and hopscotch. This makes no fucking sense, bro. This makes no fucking sense. I want to play audio. It can be damning to the person that you're defending, right?
All right.
You,
Ladies and gentlemen, they're
How
going to
the
work
fuck
out an issue with one of the the audio recording. So we'll go ahead and take our 15-minute recess for the afternoon, okay? Do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research, okay? Oh, see, okay.
Shout out Queen Erica, man, for this article, man. Before we close out, man, they going to break. I'm gonna go to break myself. If Amber Heard testify, we'll come back. Check this out. Erica said Amber Heard friend got kicked out of the courtroom. Right? You guys will never believe why she got kicked out of the courtroom. Now, this is going to what girl behind the mic was saying about this judge and this lawyer, how she's allowing so much leeway. Check this out. Shout out to Erica the Queen, man. Coffin nail. Check out what happened in court, man. Check out what happened in court, man. Amber Heard's close friend, British music journalist Eve Barlow, was dramatically thrown out of court for an bombshell trial. Check out why she was thrown out of court. Sources say, look. According to court insiders, Barlow tried to advocate for her by asking her legal team to show Judge Penny S. daughters that was allegedly, sources say, so check this out. It's not written very well, but I'm going to paraphrase it, then I'm going to read this other paragraph. This young lady who Erica brought up, who was Amber Heard's friend, basically stood up in court and said to the judge that this person who was on the stand should not be allowed to testify because of a social media post. Like, judge, she been watching the courtroom case and she made a Twitter post, so she ain't supposed to testify. That is the only reason that girl got kicked out of court. That is the only reason that girl got kicked out of court. Sources say Barlow allegedly brought up a social media post from Druthers claiming it was a recent post from the current trial. As it turns out, the post in question was actually shared in 2021 during Depp's prior trial in London. Wow, she wasn't even right. She wasn't even right. It was assumption, right? So she was in court like she was a lawyer with Amber Heard's legal team, right? She'd been hanging out with Amber Heard for a year. And when this lady got on the stand, this lady came there to testify for Johnny Depp. And Amber Heard said that Amber Heard's friend interrupted the court proceedings and said she should not be allowed to testify because of a social media post from this recent case. Turns out it wasn't from this recent case. But guess what? They dismissed her. Dutters, who is the wife of Depp's longtime employee and collaborator, Stephen Dutters, admitted on Thursday that she had seen clips of the trial online prior to giving testimony. She was dismissed from the courtroom and her testimony was struck from the record. Y'all hear that? They playing some dirty pool. She said under duress, she had to admit that she had saw. How could you not see the case? It's #1 trending topic. She would be lying to say that I haven't seen anything. It's extremely unfair, right? You haven't put me in, you haven't recused me. I have a regular life. Anybody leading a day-to-day regular life is going to see something about the case. So I'll be lying to say I haven't seen something. So they recused her, redacted her testimony, kicked her out the case, all because this bitch, and she was lying. Her tweet was from 2021. This is the way Amber is playing. The fucked up part about it is that the judge and everybody is allowing Amber to continue to abuse not only Johnny Depp, but to abuse American civil rights by showing this white blue-eyed woman could do whatever the fuck she want to do, irregardless of the law. At some point, somebody should say, stop. I don't care that you're a woman. It doesn't matter that you're a woman. This lawyer, the lies, the violence is too much. I cannot forego everything simply because you're a woman. It just makes no sense, man. You know what else? I had, they had a picture of there was a picture, there was some pretty good Johnny Depp pictures. I want to show you guys. So y'all remember so our poll was about the infamous box, right? I think YouTube might have shut down my poll, but I didn't shut down the poll. There it is, y'all. Y'all see that? Check that out. Let me bring down my banner. I love giving context, man. I love giving context. Shout out to Erica, man. Shout out to all the queens and kings in the chat, man. I love giving context, man. Right. Erica said not only that, she wouldn't put her phone up, and they asked her over and over. She said she was a journalist. She wasn't a journalist. Man, thank you for that context. This is what's been going on in the courtroom. Not only has the judge allowed this lawyer all type of leeway to trample over the rights of Johnny Depp and the rules of the courtroom, but she also allows someone who's not even in the case to participate from the motherfucking gallery. Now check out this picture. We heard a lot about this box, right? With the initials JD on the box, right? Here's the box right here. Here's the box with the initials JD on the box. Y'all see the box right there? That's the box in question. That was the box that we talked about in the poll, right? There's whiskey, cigarettes, credit card, 4 lines of cocaine, and the box filled with the drugs. It says, Heard took this picture at Los Angeles home in 2013, which is said to give evidence of Depp's drink and drug-filled lifestyle, showing a pint of whiskey, 4 lines of cocaine, and his skull and crossbone pill box ready for consumption. Back to what the ladies were saying earlier about why did she take the picture? Why did she take this picture? This was in 2013. So, it's Selfish Thursdays today, and we got Watch Our Taco Tuesday. Why would Johnny Depp marry her after she did something like this? Because they didn't get married till 2015, and they got divorced in 2016. She was building a case. Tina said that earlier. She's a gold digger. She get my money when I'm in need. She get me money. I ain't saying she a gold digger, but she ain't messing with no. I ain't saying she a gold digger, but she ain't messing with no. I gotta leave. Johnny Depp should have left. I gotta leave. I gotta leave. The gift tag on the bag being held by Miss Henriquez today. This is how she looked in London. Look at the smile. In court in London today. Look how she looks waving. Look at the princess wave. Look at the princess wave. She's loving it, you guys. She's loving it, you guys. Narcissistic, masochistic. Man, that should be a thumbnail. Look at this. This is Amber Heard leaving court in London. will conclude her evidence about 14 allegations of domestic violence. Johnny Depp didn't do one day. Johnny Depp never had one protective order because there was no proof. But he lost the case in London, and now this judge is allowing all this bullshit in America. What a day. Ooh, the lolly. Ooh, the lolly. Ooh, the lolly. What a day. What testimony. Prayers for Johnny Depp. Prayers for all my audience. Prayers go up, blessings go down. God, thank you for this opportunity once again to come before you. Thank you for another day. Thank you for this platform. Please, Father God, I pray a covering of all of my listeners. Thank you for divinely inspiring the message. I pray a covering of their safe endeavors, safe travels on the highways and byways. We almost to Friday. Please have a peaceful rest of your day. And I love you all. Amen, amen, amen. Hey, y'all, I'll see y'all tomorrow. We be back. I don't know if they'll have a case tomorrow. You know, we're going to be looking for Amber Heard to get on I don't know if Amber Heard get on the stand, but that's what I'm looking forward to. But so what Erica say? Yeah, she been building her case. I seen a video of Amber going in the court, all smiles and giggles. Look at that. Look at that. Is that her wife? Is that her wife right there? That looked like her. Hey, you guys was right. She probably never broke up with that woman. This is Amber Heard to her mom. Text sent by Amber Heard to her mother, Paige Heard, in March 2013, which were read out in high court this morning. My heart is broken. I'm okay physically. JD didn't hit me or anything last night. He's not violent with me. Where are these text messages? Why Johnny Depp attorney not reading these text messages to Amber Heard between her mom? Why would Amber Heard lie to her mom? You know what I'm saying? This Amber Heard to her mom. JD never hit me. He's not violent with me. And I bet you her mom knows her daughter. She ain't worried about her daughter. She probably worried about this 50-year-old man dating my daughter because my daughter would probably kill you. That's Amber, her ex-wife right there. It says Amber Heard and her former partner. She looking like Johnny Depp. Is that a beret? Look like she got a beret on, and she dressed like Jack Sparrow. Amber Heard with her former partner, artist Taysa Von Ree at New York Fashion Week event, September 11, 2010. Oh, wow. This is the painting that they said he painted with the finger. Wow. Wow. I ain't fucking with old boy. He let her say that shit. You're not supposed to let somebody make claims like that on your show. So this is when she was on James Corbin show, and she said publicly that he abused her and gave her black eyes. Wow, I ain't messing with you, bro. Oh, that's the first time we see this, you guys. Amber Heard's makeup artist claims she had to cover up the actor's facial injury before she appeared on James Corden's Late Show after Johnny Depp allegedly tried to smother her with the pillow. Oh, wow. This girl is good. This girl is good because she know Johnny Depp probably would pass a lie detector test, right? She knows Johnny Depp would pass a lie detector test. So she said this is not from Johnny Depp hitting her, right? No one has said Johnny Depp hit her because he could pass a lie detector test. She said this came from Johnny Depp smothering her with the pillow. Why do you think, you guys, she said that? Because she can't prove. And Johnny Depp probably would take a lie detector test and say, I never touched that girl. Oh, he smothered me with a pillow. He threw the cell phone at me. Johnny Depp could pass a lie detector test. I never touched that girl. Why is there no police records? Why is there no protection order? Why is there no record of this anywhere? No police, not one 911 call. Not one phone call to police, maybe even the next morning. Why wouldn't your mother or sister call a detective? Not one police report, not one detective call, not one restraining order, not one. We go right to 100 million. We go right to 100 million. We go right to divorce and right to 100 million. A few millions and let my friend sock my eye, right? But she gets in the court and acts totally different. Look at that. Wanda Sykes again. Oh, you ain't no good. It's the usual suspect. Wanda Sykes keep popping up. Hey, y'all better watch Wanda, man. We seen this. We seen this. Oh, wow. Crossed the bridge of her nose under eyes after Depp allegedly headbutted her in 2015. Headbutt. Again. Headbutt. Johnny Depp never put his hands on Amber Heard. She has a unique story to tell. This, like Tina said, this is very calculated. Smothered me with a pillow, threw the cell phone, headbutted me. Because she knows that he would pass a lie detector test if anyone ever asked, did you ever put your hands on her? He could legally say, no, I never put my hands on Amber. Never. So what is she claiming? All these obscure things in text messages. This is big, y'all. Get it. Oh no, he's a monster. No, he's a monster. Turn around! He's a monster. He's a monster. Scaring me. Hey, why am I in this thing? Jack, you're Jack's a involvement. Turn around! Turn around! Jack, you're a savage. Jack, you're a savage. Wow, Miss Law's picture alleged that Heard was lying about the entire incident and said, "You're making this up as you go along." It's been obvious to a lot of people. She said, "You are making this up as you go along." He was protecting himself from that monster, Amber. It's been obvious to a lot of people. You've been making this up as you go along.
You will not. You will not.
Somebody needs to teach you how to pop a man with a towel.
That's right. You need to
Now
snap
you're
your
responsible.
response.
I gotta get in the
Boo.
You're gonna need more than that chair, boy. It's Hillbilly Holiday.
That's Rocky. That's Rocky right there. We keep hearing about Rocky Pinner. That's Rocky Pinner. Let's read the caption on this one. The ex-husband of Amber Heard's friend Raquel, Rocky Pennington, picture with her gave evidence from Los Angeles by video link on Wednesday. He gonna need a lot of counseling and prayer. I know one thing, my next relationship, I'll be taking off. Oh wow. Yeah, man. Erica, ladies, thank you so much. Deborah, Erica, Deborah, everybody who gave us that context we had today. Thank you for that context. So we learned that two things: that her friend got kicked out of court after interfering with a case and getting one of Johnny Depp's witnesses removed. Her another friend and Me Too star said that she won't testify because she believes that she was lying. I think I showed that headline. So we're gonna see. What's that? All right. So, hey Tracy, welcome back, man. I hope you had a good lunch. You must got a 30-minute lunch. It's almost Friday, baby girl. It's almost Friday. Thank everybody for tuning in. Thank everybody for hanging out. Shout out Three Kings. Shout out Perfect Timing Podcast. Make sure you hit the like, share, subscribe button. I truly appreciate every view, every like. Yeah, 30 minutes. Well, I'm glad. That means half your day is over, and tomorrow's Friday. It's all downhill from here, baby girl. You're going to have a beautiful weekend. It's raining out here right now in Northern California, but we can't complain because we need the rain. I got all of my plants in the backyard. I got all of my dirt. This weekend, we're going to be doing the planting. I got black pepper. I got lemon cucumbers, Japanese cucumbers. I got banana peppers. I got lemon boy tomatoes, Roma tomatoes, oregano, squash, zucchini squash, squash, zucchini squash. I got watermelon, strawberries. So yeah, I'm gonna show you guys that when we do that. I'm gonna do a short. That's what I'm gonna have Mrs. Perfect Time to do a short of the plants, how they look right now, and then y'all can see when I put together her garden, and y'all can see the garden when it's done. Tina said 5.0, 5.0, 5.0. Thank y'all so much for watching. So I'll be most definitely bringing y'all that, because that's the plan for the weekend for me. I pray y'all have a beautiful weekend, but we getting these plants in the dirt. This is my first time growing black pepper. I guess it's black peppercorn. He grind it up. I love black pepper because I love Caesar salad. So, hey, look at my brother coming in. Hey, house phone, house phone, house phone. I love you, house phone. Salute, King. I love you, house phone. Salute, King. Thank you for your undying support. KNC and Red been supporting since day one. Real 5.0 representative, house phone. Thank you so much for your support. We had a new supporter in the house, DJ. DJ, thank you for the Cash App. I want to thank you to DJ. That's his first time I'm seeing him in the chat. So he came through for the first time and he dropped the Cash App on us. So shout out to, let me say the whole name. Let me get the name right, because it's DJ. Where's the whole name? I want to say the whole name correct. DJ Black Charm Music. Shout out to DJ Black Charm Music for the Cash App and the support. Means everything, man. It means everything. Thank you to my 5.0 queens. Thank you to the 5.0 kings. Shout out to my brother, man. I'll see y'all. I don't know if we got a case tomorrow. If not, y'all get a short from me and the wife outside in the dirt. You know what I'm saying? It depends how I feel, man. And if I feel like it, if Amber Heard, if it's a good testimony, I'll bring Amber Heard. If not, I'll bring you guys a short of us planting the garden. So salute. Thank you, Tracy. Get them watches in the chat, man. Timers in the chat, fives in the chat, 5.0s in the chat, watches in the chat. You know, when people say press one, the reason they want you to press one is because if you guys notice, the more interaction that we have with each other in the chat, the more views and the more people come in. So when I say press 5, that's because it's 5.0. But the more interaction we have in the chat, the more YouTube pushes out the algorithm. So that's what that press 5 and all of the interaction in the chat. That's why I'm very graciously thankful for all of you who watch and participate. Not just who watch, but everyone who watches and participates. Thank you, man, and bless you. So I see you guys. Hey, Erica, it's already done. I love you, sis. It's already done. Prayers go up, blessings go down. Man, I don't even want to leave y'all so much. I love y'all so much, man. But I got to get up out of here. You know what I'm saying? And I'll see y'all next time. Prayers go up, blessings go down. It's already done, sis. It's already done. 5.0, 5.0. Hey, check me out on the replay, man. Check out them shorts, man, and share the show. I love y'all. Peace.